never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden is sharing an update on flying objects that were recently taken out of the sky.
We don't yet know exactly what these three objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country.
In remarks to the nation, the president said they're likely related to commercial or research purposes. Federal and local officials are trying to assure residents in East Palestine, Ohio, that they're safe despite concerns of toxic chemical exposure following a train derailment.
No detections of vinyl chloride or hydrogen chloride were identified.
EPA Administrator Michael Reagan visited the community following the derailment earlier this month. He said officials are offering voluntary screening to all residents and are conducting 24/7 air monitoring. Meanwhile, about 7 train cars derailed this morning near Detroit, Michigan. A local fire chief said there was only 1 car with toxic chemicals aboard and that cleanup has continued all day. Some international flights into and out of New York City's Kennedy Airport are grounded, and their passengers probably won't be able to fly until Friday morning. Anthony Russo, who's stuck on his way to London, says there's been little communication with passengers.
I'm not really sure what's going on. No one's really come and said anything to anybody, so nobody's really aware of what's happening.
Terminal 1 at JFK's down after an electrical panel failure that also caused a small fire, according to the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is being treated for clinical depression. That's according to a statement from the Democrats' chief of staff. Fetterman is at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Maryland receiving inpatient care. Fetterman's health has been in the spotlight since he suffered a stroke last year. Meanwhile, President Biden is getting a clean bill of health. Personal physician Dr. Kevin O'Connor said the 80-year-old Biden remains healthy and vigorous. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
A suspect is in custody after a shooting at a mall in Memphis, Tennessee. It happened Thursday at Wolf Chase Galleria Mall, where police say there are 2 male victims, one of which is in critical condition. Both were taken to local hospitals. The shooting appeared to have stemmed from a fight between 2 parties. It also prompted an evacuation of the mall, which is now secure. The Buffalo supermarket shooter's trial is very important. That's according to the relative of a man who survived the shooting.
But I believe a trial will put domestic terrorism on trial. Right? It'll put racism on trial. You know, we trust the U.S. attorney. We trust his judgment.
Zanita Everhart said the process is daunting, but worth it to put in the history books. The Department of Justice will not seek to file charges against a Florida congressman.
Representative Matt Gaetz, a Republican known for his strong support of former President Trump, announced the Justice Department has ended a sex trafficking case against him, and there will be no charges filed. Gaetz had insisted throughout he was innocent of any wrongdoing and that a tax collector, Joel Greenberg's allegations have proven false. I'm Lance Pry.
Former baseball player and broadcaster Tim McCarver is dead at the age of 81. He played 21 seasons in the majors and won 2 World Series titles with the St. Louis Cardinals. McCarver went on after baseball to serve as the lead analyst for 23 World Series broadcasts. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Shaquille O'Neal here. If you battle back or hip pain or knee or shoulder pain, you don't have to tough it out. You can just turn it off with Smart Relief from Icy Hot. You just push a button and whoosh. Smart Relief sends waves of relaxing pulses that safely block pain at the nerve level. It's simple, easy to use, and it's been clinically tested to start providing immediate relief for hours, even after you turn it off. So if you're battling pain, let Icy Hot help you win that battle. Turn on Smart Relief and turn off pain.
Use only as directed.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, what do you say? Hi there. Looks like we made it to a Friday. On behalf of the Eastern Time Zone, as we have crossed over that midnight hour. Turn the page on the calendar, 17th day of February. All right, yeah, what a difference a day can make. After being, where were we? 70 degrees Wednesday afternoon with sunshine. We had our storms roll through early in the day on Thursday. Ultimately, we didn't get the severe weather that, the way things worked out, we had the rain early in the day, which kind of stabilized the atmosphere, didn't have enough, the atmosphere being calmed down, so showers and thunderstorms, the stronger storms turned out being further to the east, which I won't complain about that. But then the temperatures start going down, down, down. Yeah, I'm looking at officially 41 degrees at the Cincinnati airport at this hour. That's probably going to be our high for the day. Going to be like 35 later in the day. Hey, we're going the wrong direction. Yeah, as I look at the radar scene, a very soggy night in the southeast once again. Showers, a few rumbles of thunder, but not really looking at any severe weather. The severe weather threat has really diminished, but showers stretching from south central Louisiana, much of southern and eastern Mississippi, right through the northern two-thirds of Alabama, Georgia, from right about Atlanta northward on through the heart of Tennessee. Rains will be moving into the Atlanta metro probably within the hour. You'll have some heavy rain overnight. Backside of the heavy rain should be pushing out of the Nashville area over the next couple of hours. Rains on up into southern West Virginia. It's all headed toward the east, so soggy night. The wintry side of the storm, okay, the worst is behind us, but still looking at some heavy snow Snow should be pooling out of Chicago overnight, but much of the northern two-thirds of lower Michigan going to be contending with snow for at least several hours to come. As we kick things off a Friday, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, our secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. I mentioned kind of interesting on the map, there's a very, very fine line of shower activity stretching right through central portions of Ohio. I don't know that I've ever seen a line this skinny depicted on radar, but that's the actual front. Where, the cold front, the cold air behind that line. So, the easternmost reaches of Ohio, from there to the eastern seaboard, you're still dealing with very warm temperatures. But you're going to contend with a rude awakening over the weekend. We'll break that down for you coming up. You're still going to be looking at some 60-degree temperatures there, like in New York City today. Probably in the lower 60s. By the time you get into Saturday, upper 20s. Saturday morning, wind chills are going to be in the teens. Get ready. Let's look at some of our snowfall totals, starting with the wintry side of this storm, which did cause plenty of travel disruptions. Several areas have reported at least a foot of snow from this storm that swept through the country. One area tops the list with over 2 feet of snow since Wednesday. Coal Bank Pass there in Colorado, between Durango and Silverton, Colorado. Now, that's the higher elevation, about 10,000 feet. 27 inches of snow since Wednesday there. Second highest two-day total, 22 inches from Chapadero, New Mexico, northeast of Santa Fe. Other two-day totals, at least 16 inches, include Towson, Los Alamos, New Mexico. On the other side of the storm, some damaging weather. Arkansas, of course, this particular system, we were reporting it live during our program last night. I broke in mentioning a tornado warning. We hadn't seen a lot of tornado warnings through the overnight hours, but this one popped up about 2 a.m. Eastern time. Little Rock, Arkansas, the National Weather Service confirming at least an EF1 tornado just southeast of Pindall early Thursday morning as that storm pushed through northwest Arkansas, again, about 2 a.m. early Thursday. Several homes sustained roof damage in the area. Multiple downed trees and power lines also reported. For an EF1 tornado, that would be winds between 86 and 110 miles per hour. The torrential rains causing some problems. A daycare in Dover, Tennessee, in northwest Tennessee, near the Kentucky border, had to be evacuated Thursday morning as flooding approached the building. The flash flooding report first came in just before noon local time. The daycare was closed. All the children were picked up. There was flooding nearby approaching the building. No children ever in danger, though. Several heavy rain reports spanned across northwest Tennessee through the day Thursday. 3.28 inches of rain near Dover and Paris, Tennessee. That daycare was one of several areas reported flooding on Thursday. Other locations, West Virginia, Kentucky, portions of Ohio also experienced flooding. Some of the reports include flooding at a bridge near Hamlin, West Virginia. Water over the roadways on Ohio State Route 141 near Proctorville, Ohio. In the state of Tennessee, a confirmed tornado located in southern Tennessee near Summertown, a little after 4 o'clock Central Time this past afternoon. Emergency management in the area confirmed the tornado to the National Weather Service. Damage also reported shortly after 4 local time in Etheridge, Tennessee, from that storm. Multiple buildings damaged from a possible tornado in Mississippi. Several buildings in Tippah County, Mississippi, damaged after a possible tornado impacted the area. Debris could be seen littering across a gas station and a metal store. Signs bent over. Damage in Ripley, Mississippi, as a result of the severe weather as well. National Weather Service reported damage to a few businesses in northern Ripley and several trees, power lines down a little before 2 o'clock local time this past afternoon. On over to West Virginia. West Virginia's governor declaring a state of emergency for all 55 counties in West Virginia due to the heavy rain and thunderstorms Thursday. As the weather system made its way through that state, creeks and streams spilling over, numerous roads closed due to high water and mudslides. The governor directed the West Virginia Emergency Management Division to implement the state's emergency operations plan to aid in flood response. And then several states saw, back to the snowy side of the storm, one final update from AccuWeather. You have multiple states across the Midwest recording in excess of 6 inches of snow on Thursday. The two highest totals east of the Rockies came from Quinter, Kansas, and Lincoln, Nebraska. Both of those communities, 11 inches of snow. Tiffin, Iowa, saw 8.5 inches of snow. Wisconsin, Illinois, and Michigan all receiving at least 3 inches of snow as a result of that winter storm. So forecasters, of course, had given several days, plenty of advance notice, and we had been covering that all week long. Now, quickly, we'll get back to the reality check. Yeah, as we saw temperatures near record levels this past afternoon, Thursday, in the east. A colder, potentially stormier pattern with snow and ice is going to set up across the northern third of the nation. Yeah, here for the second half of February. The next couple of weeks, a big pattern change is in the offing. That first wave of colder air will progress from west to east across the central states late this week, reaching the eastern states by the weekend as a cold front, marking the end of the record-challenging temperatures. Yeah, from Friday to Saturday morning, temperatures are going to be slashed as much as 35 degrees from the Appalachians to the Atlantic coast. Yes, it's going to be a winter reality check. It'll go from feeling like late April to feeling like mid-February in about a 24-hour stretch. We mentioned New York City, lower 60s later today. Swapping that for the upper 20s Saturday morning with wind chills in the teens. Although temperatures may inch back up a bit Friday into Saturday in the Midwest. Sunday into Monday in the Northeast. A new round of changes are likely to allow cold air to get more of a foothold over the northern states. We'll see maybe a couple of weak storm systems tracking from west to east across the Midwest and the Northeast early next week. How far south that cold air is able to get in the wake of those storms may actually set the stage for something big in the form of wintry precipitation over the northern tier. One or both of those features may produce some snow or mixed precip from portions of the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes to the central Appalachians in the Northeast Monday to Wednesday of next week. But then the headline is a big cross-country winter storm is on the horizon by the middle of next week. Heavy snow will fall close to sea level in the Northwest, Washington and Oregon. As the week progresses, that large storm, will move across the Midwest and then the Northeast, since the cold air will be firmly entrenched over areas from the central and northern Great Lakes to upstate New York. Snow and maybe even a wintry mix will be bringing some major travel delays. All right, depending on where the southern edge of that cold ends up, a zone along maybe Interstate 70, maybe I-80, could receive snow or ice, or depending on temperatures, mostly rain. But of course, that's several days out. We'll give you more as that time approaches. Meanwhile, around the country as we kick off a Friday, 844-844-3388. Kyle Fisher will be joining us this morning as we will talk Hot Shot Secret, Gold Eagle, Stay-Bill, and all kinds of good stuff. So good to have you on board. We'll say hi to some of our friends checking in out of the box here right after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, hello to Philly Dan, out of the box. Here we go, morning from the city of brotherly love. Yep, looking toward the weekend. Hope you have a great weekend. You do the same. There's Kyle ready to roll. We'll get Kyle coming up here in a couple minutes. James, good morning, Steve. 38 degrees, Waco, Texas. Have a good show. Everybody drive safe out there. Hello to Sylvester, who says, hi, kids. Hope everybody's playing nice tonight. It's a sultry 87 degrees in Terrigal, New South Wales. Perfectly clear skies. Timothy says, good morning. There's Joe Self. Good Friday morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. 55 degrees in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody enjoy their weekend. Yeah, enjoy that 55 while it lasts there, Joe. Like I said, reality check coming your way. As Roy can attest to, in northwest Illinois, where it's 24 actual temperature, feels like 12 at this hour. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe. Good morning, Steve. The Overnight crew. Looking forward to hear Kyle talk about the Mid-America Truck Show. What's going to be happening? I'm looking to be there Saturday, the 1st, April Fools, April 1. Yeah, that'll be the final day of the show. All right, so make sure you get by and say hi to us there, Kevin. And yeah, we'll break it all down for you. Looking to go big at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville this year. Good morning, Steve, says Samantha. Dale and I are in Georgia. We've been driving in heavy rain since Tennessee. Everybody stay safe out there. Have a fantastic show. We enjoy listening in. There's Rock Pick checking in with 37 degrees in Rochester, New York. Happy Friday. I'm using the phone, so I'm going to keep this short. Stay safe and enjoy. TGIF from the Michigan Madman. There you go. Morning, Steve and Kyle. There's the Dipsy driver, along with the most informed audience on both sides of the equator. Good afternoon, Sylvester. Anyone driving to Michigan, 52 between 196 and 194. Please be careful. Ice on the roads as of 11 p.m. Hadn't seen any salt trucks out, so please stay safe out there. All right, hello 57, copy the mail. There you go. On down to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Raining pretty good. Still at 63 degrees. Just got back from my delivery in Louisiana this afternoon. Outran the rain till I got to Marietta, Georgia. Temp dropped by 10 degrees. So I'm going to spend some time with the grandkids this weekend. I'll load Tuesday, leaving Wednesday morning for Amelia Island, Florida. The missus will be going along with me. I deliver 6 p.m. Wednesday. Yeah, we'll hang out with some friends that live there till Sunday. Once again, I'll be taking the golf clubs and my saltwater fishing gear. Have a great night and a better weekend. All right. You got to love those runs down to Florida where you get to spend like a mini vacation while waiting for that load back, don't you, Buckeye Boy? Can't complain there. Dog Nuts checks in a snowy, cold, windy northern Illinois. The roads suck. Not too good, huh? Please take good care out there, drivers. Hello to Pappy. 41 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. It's Friday. Are you nocturnal listeners? With that said, let's roll. Hammer down and be safe. All right. Hello, Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners, 49, feeling like 35 in my little part of the world here in Kentucky. Everybody stay safe. Have a great weekend. Okay, anybody else on board there? Some of the folks chatting as we typically do. Oh, there's the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Three-time world champion meat hauler. And a Hall of Fame shout-out to Malibu Lauren Weiss. There you go. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, I'll unmute Kyle just so we can say hello. But what's going on, Kyle? Ready to roll?
Hey, Steve. Yep, let's do it. Happy Friday to you and everybody out there.
Guess you've had a busy schedule as of late. You're going to break it all down for us coming up here, right?
Yeah, never slows down. But, yeah, we'll get into it.
Gearing up for the Mid-America Truck Show. I've had a call from Leslie there in Nashville yesterday. She's trying to line up some interviews. And I was like, I was about asleep, and then she's asking, do I have any leads or whatever? And I'm like, well, what's their name? I couldn't think of. So we sat down and tried to lay some things out, and I'm going to try to give her a call back. We had several ideas we had come up with for interviews there. She has a handful lined up, but we got 3 full days of broadcast to fill there. So we'll need plenty of interviews to line up. All right, so we'll get to Kyle. We'll break it on down on a Friday morning. I know Eagle is in Daytona. And yes, the Twin 125s took place this past evening. So the field is set for the Daytona 500 this Sunday. Well, we knew as of last night with individual qualifying, Chevrolet was going to dominate the front row with the number 1 and 2 spots. From there, the top 10, believe it or not, after the 125s, I'm seeing an awful lot of blue ovals in the mix, a.k.a. Ford. 6 out of the top 10 starting in Daytona will be Fords.
USA News Update. President Biden is addressing the nation about the recent shoot-down of several unidentified high-altitude objects over the U.S. and Canada last weekend.
I gave the order to take down these 3 objects due to hazards to civilian commercial air traffic.
In his remarks, the president said they're likely related to commercial or research purposes. Former Vice President Mike Pence will fight a subpoena to testify before a grand jury investigating former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 election.
The Republican who's weighing a run for president called the subpoena unprecedented and unconstitutional.
No vice president in American history has ever been summoned into court to testify about the president with whom they served.
Special counsel Jack Smith subpoenaed Pence last week seeking information on Trump's potential role in the riot. Pence has vowed to take the case all the way to the Supreme Court. I'm Dave Collins.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we roll toward the weekend. As always, first got to get to a Friday. It'll be here before you know it, though. Safe travels out there. Yeah, I'd love to hear from you. What's going on in your neck of the woods? Road reports. Give us the latest. Anybody playing in the snow out there? 844-844-3388. All right, welcome in there, Kyle. What's been happening?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Ready to roll.
Yeah, it sounds like there's some bad weather out there, so hope everybody driving safe out there.
So you at the home 20? Are you in Columbus or are you on the road tonight?
No, I'm in Columbus. Home sweet home.
Finally?
Yeah. Not for long, though.
Well, give us the breakdown. You've been on the road. Where you been?
Well, normally I'm at races, throughout the year. But the beginning of the year here is really kind of a trade show season and a lot of our retail events with our retailers. So the month of January, I was kind of a little bit all over the place. We had a really good trade show with O'Reilly Auto Parts. They always have a big show down in Texas, and that went great. That was a good time. I remember I was at that show, man, just a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, when we were first getting Hot Shot Secret products into O'Reilly Auto Parts. And what the trade show is, it's they bring in all their regional managers from all over the country to meet with, the vendors that they carry inside the store to learn more about the products that they sell and so forth. And I remember just a few years back, it was one of our first times there, and all these O'Reilly store managers didn't even know who we were. And it was kind of an introduction to everybody and letting them know about the brand. And how quickly things change. This year we just had our booth packed by all these store managers with just great feedback about how great our products sell and how much their customers love that O'Reilly carries our products now. So really good to see that growth with the retailer like that.
That's a good thing. So you've been from Texas to California. I know you were in Green Bay about a week ago. Did you get out of there before the winter? I know there was a storm coming in right about the time you were supposed to leave.
Yeah, actually, we had, after Texas, I actually stayed down in Texas for a heavy-duty aftermarket week, which is a big industry show. It's the first time we've been there. That was a great one. And then I got to escape out to California for MPMC, which is a SEMA council. That's when they locked me in a hotel room for 3 days and knocked out about 50 media interviews. So that was a gauntlet. The week after that, we actually had another trade show down in Nashville for Tractor Supply. I had a break from that. Josh covered me and headed down there. And they had that ice storm kind of came through there, if you remember, in the middle of the country. And I actually had to send Trey, one of our employees, that helps us out at the events. Middle of the show, I booked him a flight day early because they were canceling all the flights the next day, and everyone's going to be stuck in Nashville. So he just left the middle of the show while I was still going on to catch a plane back to South Carolina where he lives. So Josh ended up hunkering down and got back the next day. The roads were pretty cleaned up by the next day. But, yeah, the middle of the country got hit that time. And then, like I said, I was just up in Green Bay visiting some business opportunities with Gold Eagle. And, yeah, I got out of there in time. It was pretty nice by the time I left, but I heard it got bad pretty quick. So I was lucky to escape.
Good deal. Well, so here we are on a Friday morning, and I want to hear from, like, the regular listeners. I mean, I think some folks think when we're talking with Kyle or Chris Gabrelchik that we're only going to talk about Hot Shot Secret. I mean, no, we can talk about what's going on in the news. We can talk about what's going on the latest. I do have some industry headlines, a couple of very interesting stories this past day. The latest on the train derailment there in eastern Ohio, that entire saga. There was, a matter of fact, another train derailment. We've got an update near Detroit this past day that included hazmat. And you would be surprised how many, and I had no idea, how many train derailments that occur on any given year. Otherwise, it's 844-3388. All right. I know you're a big straight line racing fan, Kyle. Do you pay any attention to NASCAR or the likes of the Daytona 500?
Yeah. I love watching that. And I pretty much like anything on wheels, to be honest with you. Straight or curves or you name it.
Of course, Carolina Monkey Gouger, a big fan of Chevrolet. And, and I guess number two would be he's not a big fan of Toyota. But this past Eagle was on the line. He dropped off. I don't know if he'll give us a ring back or not. He's our live on-the-scene reporter there in Daytona. He's actually he got off a few days, and he was there for the individual qualifying, and he was going to give us an update on the twin 125s this past evening. So we know Chevrolet will be on the front row come Sunday. Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson. The twin 125s sets the rest of the field. And just breaking down the top 10, Joey Logano, I guess, won the first twin 125, so he'll be starting third. Eric Almirola in another Ford wins the twin 125 number 2. So Chevrolet, Ford. The only Toyota in the top 10 is Christopher Bell, who'll be starting 5th. Then you've got Ford, Chevy, Ford. Ford's dominating this past evening in the 125s. Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney in Ford starting 6th and 7th, respectively. Chase Elliott, there's Chevrolet in number 8. Chris Buescher will start 9th. And Brad Keselowski winds out the top 10 starting positions. Of course, Daytona it's a long endurance race. Oftentimes, starting position doesn't mean much of anything. A lot of times, you'll see some of those way up in the front of the field actually just drop to the back when the race gets underway to bide their time and get 300-400 laps in, because no one wants to be caught up in the big one, which pretty much always happens at some point in the Daytona 500. So there you go. There's the breakdown. I don't know, Carolina Monkey Gouger, how you feel about that? Where'd your boy Kyle Busch end up qualifying? Because he's back in a Chevrolet, and I'm looking down the list. I'm having a hard time finding him. There's 37th? I do know, or he was 36th. I did not get to see the twin 125s, but Wheelchair Dave did message me, and he said there was, I guess, in the second 125 had a big crash, took like 7 vehicles out. I kind of wonder if Kyle might have been involved in that. All right, hello to Big John checking in via email, which is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Everybody stay safe out there. Keep my family in your prayers, if you would. Mother-in-law has surgery coming up on Monday. All right, hope all goes well there. Big John, thanks for listening. Thanks for checking in. All right, so everybody kind of anxiously anticipating. Looks like we're going to get to see a whole bunch of our whole listening friends. Some we haven't seen in a long time. Some I've never met. Coming our way at the Mid-America Truck Show, which is March 30th, 31st, and April 1st. What are we looking at for Louisville, Kyle?
Man, I'm really excited. We've got a lot planned, and first of all, we went with an absolutely huge booth. We 3 times bigger than we were last year, and if you remember, Steve, back when you were on the other show, and you'd have a little booth out there, and we had a little booth out front in the the kind of lobby area, a little 10-footer, and obviously last year we thought we went big last year, but with just all the feedback we had, we really tripled down. So got a big 20 by 60 booth where what I'm really excited about is we're bringing you in the booth with us. So I remember last year we were kind of late with logistics trying to get you inside the booth, and so you were kind of down the hall a little bit from us,
right?
And
right.
A little separated. But so now we're going to have the whole family all together. We're going to have the Hot Shot Secret all in the booth. We're going to have the Steve Summers Overnight Drive recording there at the show, right in the same booth, and we're also going to have a big truck. Our friend Joel Morrow with his Volvo is going to be in the booth as well, Purple Haze. So if any of you guys have been following what Joel's been doing with that truck, it's been really cool, and he'll be there with Alec and talking about all the cool stuff they've got on that truck. And like you said, we got a lot of interviews lined up. I got a couple secrets too that I'm not going to let out until maybe we get closer to the show. But we got some surprise guests that are going to be there as well, and so it's just going to be a grand old time, and a big party in our big booth. So we're looking forward to it.
Are we proximity-wise? Are we? Like you said, we were separated last year, but I think we were. Was that the North Hall where we were last year? Same place for Hot Shot Secret, or have we moved?
Yeah, so we're still in the North Hall. We're basically in the same spot that the Hot Shot Secret booth was last year. It just stretches deeper into the hall there from that side aisle. So we're right on the side aisle, and man, I think it's 12,000 aisle. I'll get it here in a second for you. But yeah, same spot, just larger booth, so you can't miss us.
All right, so we're looking forward to that. Okay, we're going to get a quick time out and jump on in here a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, there you go. As Kyle Fisher joins us here on a Friday morning. Well, what do you say, Kyle? What's on our agenda tonight? What's top and foremost? Anything new? Any new products on the horizon? Anything debuting in the near future?
Hey, first of all, I want to tell you, I looked it up. We're booth 12036. The same booth number at Matt's, just a bigger booth. So, Central Hall there. Or, I'm sorry, North Hall.
North Wing. Okay, North Wing.
Yep, it's the same spot, just bigger booth there. But, yeah, I mean, we can make this whatever agenda you want. We'll take the callers, see what they want to say and talk about. Hot Shots, we've got, I think, pretty much our newest products coming out. We just released a new Top Lube, which is a lubricant for racing fuel. That's going to be out here, I think, in the next few weeks here, right in time for race season. So that's something we have been working on for a while, and it's finally ready. And what's in the pipeline that I can talk about? I know that we do have the hub oil testing going on, so that means it's getting pretty close. I think you've kind of been announcing that. I believe they're still looking for testers. So if anybody out there wants to get involved in that, once we get to the point where we're doing real-world testing, that's usually a sign that it's just about ready for release. So I'd expect that coming soon. And what else we got? I just heard from R&D yesterday that they finalized our assembly lube. So for the engine builders out there, we finally got a really, really good assembly lube coming out. I'd expect that probably by summertime, probably in the next quarter. That should be coming out too.
What is assembly lube? I've never heard of such.
Assembly lube is really used for engine builders, parts builders. It's just a lubricant that is used while assembling, the components of the internals. So you need to have lubrication on those parts as they're being, bolted together under, all that torque, and so make sure everything's nice and lubed up, and before you even get like a dry fill in there for fire up. So during the assembly process, special lubricants used for that, and we just really had a lot of, kind of came through the racing side with the high performance oils and got us into a lot of engine builders, a lot of high performance guys, and they really like the protection they get out of the engine oil. So they've been asking what else we can bring to help them out. And one of those things is break-in oil, which we should have coming out soon, which is the engine oil you put in to actually break in the rings and seat them in the cylinder as well. And it's a different type of engine oil than you use once you've got the engine up and running. So just a lot of these engine builders are impressed with what we have after they're built, that they kind of asked if we could develop some lubricants for the build process, and that's what we're doing.
All right, so I know in the NHRA world, those guys break down an engine like after every run. Yeah, how often do your typical, like your weekend racers, do they rebuild like once a season or a couple times a year? How's that work?
That's a good question. And what you're talking about, the NHRA, like the top fuel dragsters and stuff, you'll see them tear those engines down right there in the pits after each run.
Exactly.
And they pretty much destroy those engines every pass. It's just amazing the horsepower that those things have. And I mean, with the best technology in the world, they have them at, just such peak power that they just destroy themselves. And it's not a sport for anybody that doesn't have deep pockets, I'll tell you that. So
right.
With your average weekend racer type of guy, at those levels, those guys can go all year without tearing down an engine. When you get up to the more serious racing, like a lot of the series that we sponsor and stuff, and you're talking about some real fully built race cars. Really kind of depends the application, but a lot of them are tearing down 3-4 times a year. Like, I'll give you an example. Bill Lutz, we had his Camaro in our booth at PRI this year. So a big Hemi with a big blower on it, and that thing, I think he's probably around well north of 4,000 horsepower alcohol engine, and he's been through a lot of oil companies, and we've been with them for about 4 years now. He's been very happy with our oil because it holds up, protects his engine better than anything he's ever used. And he's been doing this for 30 years, 40 years. And still, even with that protection, he'll tear his engine down probably 4 times a year, minimum. And really, as he explains it, it's not always needed, but the cost of these engines and internals, it's, believe it or not, at that level of racing, it's cheaper to tear them down and check your bearings and replace rings early. And, it's a high maintenance cost, but it pales in the comparison to a catastrophic failure of one of those engines.
Right.
And I'll give you another funny example that kind of is interesting in our diesel world that we often talk about. These guys at the top level of the diesel performance, like, our friends at Firepunk, with the Hot Shot Secret S10, when we take that to the big gas races to compete with all the top, gas cars out there, when they actually broke the 4-second barrier and ran that 399, a lot of the gas racers came by the pits after that just to congratulate them, and it was kind of one of the first times these guys have really seen, a diesel, at that level. And so they're asking questions, and these are very experienced, very well-known racers in the gas world, and they all carry 2 or 3 engines with them. And it's not crazy for them to have to go to a backup engine or maybe another one on a race weekend. And they were asking us at the Firepunk pit, how often they have to tear that down. And the answer was, it was our last race of the year, and we had 120 passes on the engine, and we hadn't opened the engine all year. And it just kind of was a shock to these gas guys, the reliability of these diesel engines at a 3,000 horsepower level that can run right along with the gas guys that probably go through 5-6 engines a year. And not only was Firepunk still in the same engine, they hadn't even opened it up and refreshed it all year either. So
that's
really,
I was kind of thinking back. I remember going back a couple seasons ago. I guess it was before that final season of after they had hit that world record Yeah, through the winter, I remember they were tearing it down and getting ready, and they were having a difficult time getting the parts in because we were in the middle of the pandemic thing. And I mean, they had stuff ordered, and it was months and months and months, and they were worried about even having the engine ready to go when the racing season started.
Yeah. I mean, that's just been kind of one of those supply chain things, and certainly hit the race world hard. And the unique thing with their situation is, you know, they're running a prototype engine. I mean, it's one of one. So everything's custom built for it. It's one of a kind. So you just can't get pistons and rings off the shelf that a lot of other, you know, racing applications can. So
everything's got to be kind of custom built. All right, well, here we're about to hit news break here, so jump on board here. It's 844-844-3388. As we roll toward the weekend, it's a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden says there's no evidence that 3 aerial objects shot down by the U.S. military recently are related to China's balloon surveillance program.
We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were.
In remarks to the nation, the president said crews are still trying to recover the debris. When speaking on the Chinese surveillance balloon, Biden said that he ordered it to be shot down as soon as it was safe to do so.
Our diplomats will be engaging further, and I will remain in communication with President Xi.
And makes no apologies for taking the balloon out of the sky. There's still a lot of concern from residents over the recent train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio.
Federal and local officials are assuring residents there that they're safe despite concerns of toxic chemical exposure following the train derailment.
EPA has assisted with the screening of more than 480 homes under the voluntary screening program offered to residents, and no detections of vinyl chloride or hydrogen chloride were identified.
EPA Administrator Michael Reagan visited the community. I'm Dave Collins.
A storm system moving across the country has most of the eastern 2/3 of the nation under some form of weather alert. Much of the deep south is under a tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch, while the Ohio Valley may see thunderstorms and heavy winds. The northern belt from Wisconsin and Michigan to western New England is under various winter weather advisories. A winter storm warning is in effect in Milwaukee, while motorists in Michigan are being cautioned about snow and ice on roads. Former Vice President Mike Pence says he will take his fight against a special counsel subpoena all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court if he has to.
We have in the Constitution of the United States in this moment a very clear immunity from being compelled into court for any official that's involved in the legislative process.
Pence was subpoenaed by the special counsel investigating former President Trump's role in the attempt to overturn the 2020 election. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The suspect in shootings that killed 7 people in Northern California last month is pleading not guilty. During an arraignment Thursday, the man entered the pleas for 7 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The shootings happened at 2 farms in Half Moon Bay, south of San Francisco. Authorities say the suspect was a coworker or former coworker of the victims at each site. The White House is dismissing questions about President Biden's age.
So I don't know, maybe they've forgotten, maybe they're forgetting the wins that this president has had over the last couple of years, but I'm happy to remind them anytime.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre also noted Democrats' surprisingly good performance during the midterm elections under the president's watch. Also, following a health check at Walter Reed Medical today, President Biden was given a clean bill of health. On that note, almost half of young children in the U.S. don't eat a daily vegetable. That's according to the CDC, which also found that about 1 in 3 kids don't get at least 1 fruit in their daily diet. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is putting TikTok, Facebook, and other platforms on notice.
We're going to be proposing a digital Bill of Rights, which will protect Floridians from big tech harms and big tech overreaches.
His proposal includes a ban on the use of TikTok and other platforms linked to China through internet services at public schools and universities. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we got us a Friday coming on here. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. Checking in on the I-44 East, heading up to St. Louis, about 2 hours south of St. Louis right now. All right? Safe travels, Ice Cream Man. A quick weather update here. Again, travelers' weather. Things going to begin changing next week. A major outbreak of cold, stormy weather that may snarl traffic in higher elevations in the northwestern U.S. and British Columbia. The pattern is going to hit close to the 1 year mark from a cold wave back last winter. During that last year's cold, snowy outbreak, Seattle set a record low of 23 degrees. That was on February 23rd last year. They tell us the jet stream is about to make a major southward plunge along the west coast of North America starting this weekend and continuing well into next week. That's going to set in motion features in the lower atmosphere that will bring frigid conditions for this time of year, late winter for much of the west. High pressure building southward from Alaska, combined with the storm near Hudson Bay, Canada, will pull Arctic air southward across western and central Canada into the northwest and north central USA. I mean, temperatures could be 25 to 50 degrees below the historical averages, and we could be talking feet of snow piling up in the northwest in the mountains of the western USA. Now, it looks like the core of the deep freeze is going to be next week toward maybe Thursday, the 1 year anniversary, February 23rd through Saturday the 26th. Temperature records are going to be challenged along the Pacific coast, and we could see one or more storms pivot from the Pacific to the interior western USA from the middle of next week through the end of the month, February. Each of those storms are going to bring rounds of snow, gusty wind, and reinforcing bursts of cold air. So feet of snow will pile up in the Cascades, the Sierra Nevada, over some of the various ranges of the Intermountain West later next week. And the following weekend, we could see accumulating snow along the I-5 corridor, including in Seattle and Portland. Of course, that's several days out. The exact track of each storm will determine when and where the snow falls in the lower elevations. I guess that's good news as far as the snowpack, which they had a terrific January, first half of the winter out west. Bodes very well for the upcoming spring and summer season, where they rely on that runoff for their water supplies through the summer months. All right, Kyle Fisher, welcome back here. And let me jump to Pups. I believe Pups checking in this morning. What's happening, Pup?
Hey, Steve. Hi, Kyle. Hey, I-69, 292 northbound. That's going to be closed. There's a semi rollover. He had a crash with a straight truck in Indiana.
In the Hoosier. 69. Right. And all right. Well, y'all didn't get much snow up there, did you? It was just rain, wasn't it?
It's changing over to a mixture right now. The roads aren't bad. I've got 33 degrees, but that just happened. We just got through there. The 911 said they had help on the way. I'm just letting you guys know that. Hot Shot Secret's a great product and everything, but I'm going to have to get off of here to get to the terminal.
All right. Well, thank you for the heads up. I appreciate safe travels out there. All right. Careful in Indiana. So, the temperatures drop. I don't see a whole lot of snow on the radar. Still a little bit of snow there in like northeast Indiana. And the snow pulling out of Chicago there. Michigan's where you're going to be having some real issues with travel conditions through the overnight hours. They do still have the winter weather advisories through about the northern two-thirds of Michigan for overnight tonight. All right, where did we leave off there, Kyle? I think we were talking a little bit of racing action. Give us an update on some of our charity operations. Give us the breakdown. What's the latest on, the veteran race guys?
Oh, yeah, our Battle Scarred Motorsports.
Battle Scarred, yes.
Yeah, I just had headed down there towards the end of the year. It was November. I was down in Louisiana with them. We had a lucky veteran won our contest to get a trip to go race with the guys, and it was just a great time again. And what was really cool to see is how much they've grown. I remember we've been sponsoring them for probably 4 years now, and when we first started, they were just getting their 501 and getting established, and had 2 cars that they were trying to keep together so they could provide this service to, our active duty, retired military, and first responders, and allowing these guys to get out and feel the brotherhood of the adrenaline of racing these cars and wrenched on them for the weekend. And now here we are a few short years later, and I think they just opened their, I think it's their 7th chapter in Indianapolis now. So
wow.
I know they're in Texas, Louisiana, Atlanta, Indianapolis. So they've just really exploded, and really happy for them. Just a great group doing amazing stuff. And the good news is, I was just looking at their much expanded schedule now that they've got so many chapters, and they are going to be racing at Mid-Ohio race course this year, which is in our backyard of Hot Shot Secret. They're right on our exit. So really excited they're gonna be in my backyard this year. So we're looking forward to them coming up here to Ohio and doing what they do.
Now, are these the guys that take donations of old cars and whatnot, kind of fix them up to get them out there and race? Is that the one that's just the 24-hour of Lemons, as you call it? Kind of a play on the 24 hours at Le Mans, but the Lemons, is that them?
Yep, you got it. Yeah, there's and actually this past year they started racing more in what's called the Champ Car Series, formerly called the Chump Car Series. So just kind of another racing series that's very similar. It's targeted to have, limited budget, so it's not full of super high-end race cars and professional drivers, and that's really why they can get the average Joe that wants to experience this adrenaline therapy that they help provide, can come out and get behind the wheel and get out there and race just with anybody else. And the cars aren't extremely cheap because they do have to have all the full safety equipment. So, they have full roll cages in them inside, but generally speaking, Battle Scarred, they really had a lot of Crown Vics. They got like a fleet of Crown Vics because a lot of donated old police cars, and I know some sheriff's departments donated some of their cars to them, and one because they're just tanks and they just keep on rolling, and also because the parts are very available too, so it keeps the cost of the maintenance down, because obviously taking these out on these road courses for these 9, 10, 12, 24-hour races, that are these endurance races, you really beat these cars up pretty good. So being a charity, it's good that they can get parts available for them. Now, that all said, this last time down, they had a few surprises. They had a couple of nice Mustangs and a couple of Miatas, which those little Miatas are great on those road courses. And so they had some nicer ones now too. So they're really going places, and we're really proud of them.
All right, let's see what's going on with the Jolly Green Giant here on a Friday. Ready for the weekend, Jolly Green?
I'm not really sure. I'm sitting out here in Illinois fighting 32-degree weather with it's raining, a misty rain. So I'm kind of worried about the road freezing over here on 70 going toward Effingham. But I thought I'd call in. The word was getting around, Steve. So I figured, well, I think maybe we'll go a second call and see what's going on with you and what's going on, you know.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you got Kyle from Hot Shot Secret on there right now, met you down at the show there on Saturday. I don't know a lot about racing. I've been to NASCAR races, but normally that's about it. I've been to Busch races. I've never been a NASCAR race, you know. But there's been a while down at Kentucky Speedway, but that's the extent of my knowledge of racing. Don't know a lot about it. I like watching it, by the way, you know. The dragsters, I like watching them, but there is a race course in Cincinnati, or dragster, but I've never been there, to Edgewater. I don't even know if they still use it.
Oh, they still do, yeah. I haven't been out there since I was a kid. My uncle used to take us out there, and but I mean, they still race on a pretty regular basis out there.
Right. And I'll tell you what, like I said there, I've been watching the temperature steadily going down, and I've got some serious crosswinds. So when you're dealing with icy roads and crosswinds, that's a big no-no. But the roads don't seem to be icy, but I took it off cruise control. So the next thing you know, phone calls were being made. You know, Heat-Wave was calling, and Chevy guy was calling, and so I figured I might call in. It sounded like you were lonely tonight. You know?
Well, I mean, we're trying to get things going here on a Friday. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you got my phone number. You're always welcome to text. And if I'm working, I guarantee you I'll call you no matter what. I may not have something. And by the way, I'm going to correct my mistake last night. It wasn't lead in the diesel fuel. It was sulfur in the diesel fuel they took out.
I knew what you meant. When they went to the ultra low sulfur diesel. I don't know. Kyle may have an answer to that question. We were discussing when they took the sulfur out of the diesel, went to the ultra low. Did it make a difference in like the flash point of diesel? Do you know, Kyle?
Good question. I'm going to say no, just because the sulfur itself was more just a lubricity. It's just more for the lubricity additive to it.
Yeah.
I expect that's more on the cetane level. And the cetane hasn't changed too much. I know back in the day they would have more cetane. It was a cheaper commodity. And nowadays with the federal minimum of 40 cetane, I think California has a 50 cetane minimum. But, the fuel jobbers don't really go an inch over that. So you're pretty much getting 40 cetane from the pump, if not 39.5. But the lubricity, both low sulfur diesel and then the now ultra low sulfur diesel, probably wouldn't impact that too much. Just makes it dry. That's why you need some additive in there.
And here's what I noticed, Kyle. I've been noticing since they switched over to the low sulfur diesel, I've been noticing more truck fires. And I've actually seen where fuel tanks have been ruptured, and then you'll see a line of flames leading to where the truck's at. And I've actually seen this stuff with my own eyes, where before that, I'd never seen that before that. I only seen electrical fires or brake fires, but I've never, ever seen a fire because of diesel fuel. Not until they took the sulfur out. And I am not an expert like you are. I'm not. But I'm speaking from what I have seen, okay?
And I just play an expert on the radio. This is actually going to do when it happens often. I got some homework, and I will take this to the R&D department, and I certainly will have an answer from them.
But Steve is right about one thing. Yesterday he was talking about how hot the regen system, the exhaust systems are.
Yep.
And that stuff gets really hot. But I'm noticing, like I said there, I've noticed that the fires were down near the fuel tanks, and not necessarily had anything to do with the exhaust. But by the way, over on the passenger side, what do you think is right next to the fuel tank? The exhaust system is right next to it, okay? And our exhaust systems are actually underneath the truck and not above the truck. So I do agree with Steve that that could be a direct result of what's been going on and why we're seeing more truck fires, because of what the exhaust system is running much hotter, which it is. And even your products even talks about how hot the regen is and how hot that gets. Because I've heard your commercials.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly hot, and I don't want to say which manufacturer. I can't remember exactly which one, but one of the recent light duty trucks that came out with the new EcoBoost style engine, they had a recall. I remember it was pretty big news a year or two ago because they had quite a few engine bay fires, and it was coming from the heat off the DPF was heating something up, and so I know that was a big deal about a year or two ago.
Okay, you're talking about EcoBoost, and that I've got one of the guys I work with that's got one of those engines, but I'm not going to name the brand. I know you're not naming it either, but I know which manufacturer makes that EcoBoost engine. So I have a Dodge Ram pickup truck, and I use your Hot Shot Secret fuel treatment in my gasoline. I actually bought it down there at the truck show from one of you guys, and I do appreciate it. I got an entire case of it. So Sex Maniac also got him a case of it too,
Great.
But
yeah, and we actually have that Gasoline Extreme product is now in a new bottle with a long neck that we've been really working on for a long time, and Gold Eagle came in to save the day for that, and it was a bottle that they had access to. So it has a long neck now, so for some of those new fuel doors that are capless, it's a lot easier to get in the tank because you can kind of pop that long neck through and get it into the tank a lot easier.
And by the way, I'm glad you're bringing that up. That's one thing that I noticed that was a problem, and I had a funnel, and you have to have a funnel to pour that stuff into the gas tank because it was not set up.
You got the little flapper thing.
Right. So I agree with you 100%. I'm glad you brought that up. That's the only drawback because of what you're talking about, the design problem with the bottle,
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's something we look at is the consumer experience too. Obviously, we focus on the performance of the product, but we've got to adapt with the times. And a lot of these modern fuel cells don't have caps anymore, and they just have those little push doors. So, and the idea of using a funnel, it gets the job done. But now, what are you going to do with the funnel? Because now the funnel's got stinky fuel additive on it, and that's
right.
So just kind of fixing the problem with the bottle. And I should say also people are probably know about our EDT comes in that squeeze bottle that has a measurement cup on it. And we are working on our own dye to produce our own bottles soon that will replace that bottle. It'll retain the measurement portion so you can squeeze up an ounce or a half ounce out of you need, but we're going to have an extended neck on that as well. So you can measure it out and then pop it right in the fuel door.
Yeah, and I want you to know something that I never used your diesel products. I am a company driver, and our company does not use those kind of products, to be honest with you. And some of the stuff they do use, I do not agree with the products. And I would rather not name what the products are, but one particular product that we use during the winter, I remember using back in the 80s, and that stuff would gel up. And I know Sex Maniac and I have a different opinion. We have the same opinion about what additives to put in the fuel to keep it from gelling up. And the stuff that our company's using is not one of them, you know. They don't use the products that we know about, that we've had experience with, that doesn't gel up, you know. So, like I said, maybe our company needs to do more research. And so I encourage you guys to get in touch with some of the trucking companies. And my trucking company, the main headquarters is located in Dayton, Ohio, by the way. So I encourage you to get in touch with some of the companies and have them to try out your products. Okay?
Absolutely. And that's actually a big push for us this year. You know, we're a small company, and so the amount of growth we've had in the last few years, we've just been trying to keep up with it. And obviously, we focused on the light duty truck market, kind of is where we started. But we've got some big plans for the heavy duty stuff. I mean, I mentioned earlier, I was down in Texas in January at the Heavy Duty Aftermarket Week, and obviously our footprint that we're trying to put at MATS is kind of making a statement to the direction we're going. And the heavy duty market is definitely something we're making a push for this year. And I'll admit to you though too, it's a tough market to get into, because a lot of these big trucking companies, like you said, have their opinion on what they need and what they use. And we're historically not a big player in that industry. So, but you know, that doesn't scare us. That's what's next on the target. And so we're going to keep knocking on doors and breaking down walls, and we'll get to them. And this is a year we're kind of focusing on that. So I'd be happy to talk to your company. And what I really like to do with these guys is offer some fleet testing to them. And, you know, Hot Shot Secret will pay the tab to take a couple of their trucks, treat them with our products, monitor them against their fleet, and let the data show what it shows. And we can show mile per gallon savings. We can show reduction in DPF regens, which is reduced downtime, which is, you know, a big money suck for these fleets. So we're proud of what we make, and we're looking at that market very seriously this year.
I'll try to get you in contact there with Jolly Green. All right, news break time.
USA News Update. Those looking at potential election fraud in Georgia believe one or more witnesses lied under oath. That's the conclusion a grand jury reached in a report about the 2020 election that was made public. They said the district attorney should pursue charges where the evidence proves a crime was committed. About half of young children in the U.S. don't eat a daily vegetable. That's according to the CDC, which also found that about 1 in 3 kids don't get at least one fruit in their daily diet. The results come from more than 18,000 responses from parents. Kevin Durant is being introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns for the first time. The 13-time All-Star was formally introduced after being acquired from the Brooklyn Nets at the trade deadline last week. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is being treated for clinical depression. That's according to a statement from the Democratic Chief of Staff. The statement notes Fetterman has dealt with depression throughout his life, but it's become more severe in recent weeks. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday. Working our way into the 17th day of February. And big changes on the horizon. Back to old man winter, especially for the northern tier of the country. Let me get Kyle back online here. And hey, there's Horse Feathers. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Morning, Kyle. Good to have you on the air finally. First Friday, right? Good. First Friday, right?
Yeah.
Oh, anyways, there. So, I don't know where should we start? I guess have you made the formal announcement on the air yet? I was kind of holding off to do it with you or Chris there.
I haven't. I don't know. Steve, have you mentioned that yet?
I think I mentioned it the other night. Yeah, that we've set up a team again, like you did last year for the. I mentioned it one time.
Well, jump in, Horse Feathers. I'll let you take the lead on that.
All right. Well, as normal, I'm participating there with the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley chapter of Make-A-Wish. And it's going to be their Mother's Day truck convoy again. And, of course, Mother's Day is May 14th. Now, hey, there's a little thing about Mother's Day that was last year and this year. Did you realize that last year was the earliest that Mother's Day could ever be? And this year is actually the latest Mother's Day can ever be. So Mother's Day this year is May 14th, and that's the latest it can be in the year for the month of May. But so anyways, I'm getting geared up, and as Steve mentioned the other night, and now we got Kyle with us, we're getting sponsorship again from Hot Shot Secret there, the $5,000 match, so that all goes to the team members. Anybody that joins the team there can participate with that. And yeah, we're looking forward to it and gearing up, and we're glad Hot Shot Secret came back on board. So thank you, Kyle.
Oh, we're happy to do it. I'm actually pulling up the website right now, and under the top team fundraisers, Hot Shot Secret is number one right now, and that is in large thanks to you, Horse Feathers, because you certainly got a good start here, and I like seeing Hot Shot Secret on top, so we'll see if we can't add to that.
Yeah, and I did see now there's a donation link, I believe, with the Hot Shot Secret page on your website.
On our website?
I got an email out that had a donation link. Now I don't know, was it just through the one email I got, or is that on your webpage? Because I didn't get back to the webpage since then.
It probably is on the webpage. I know that they were going after it. I didn't know that it was already up though, so it probably is up. I know that I just approved a press release today that I think is going to go out tomorrow regarding the matching funds and the fundraiser. So usually once the press release rolls out, they've got the website ready too. So yeah, and everybody can go to the Make-A-Wish website, the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley, and find our team there, and you can donate right to the team. Or I see Will Tutton, aka Horse Feathers, in here sitting at $999. So I hope somebody can throw $1 in there tonight to get you to four digits.
That 1,000 mark, yeah.
Let's get him over the hump there. But he's certainly carrying the torch for us. But the website is active now, so if anybody wants to be added to the team, I'd be happy to add you to the team. And if you're just looking to donate, we can do that. And I think, Will, you can also, after your success last year, that puts you in a pretty unique position this year for the convoy, right?
Yeah, actually, I was in the top 30 for the convoy last year, and with the funds we raised and the help that the increase that you guys did last year to get us where we were, we actually moved up to the 13th position this year. So I'm hoping to improve on that. And at some point, I think most of the listeners know that for the past, I guess it's getting close to a year now, I've been chasing after a fire truck, and I did actually acquire one there in August and got it home in October, and had it here in the driveway and a couple other places getting some work done to it. And I still got a lot of things to do to it, but I'm hoping my fire truck's going to be ready to roll. I'm pretty sure I'm going to make it roll no matter what. But we're going to debut our fire truck this year for the Make-A-Wish convoy, and it's kind of an odd piece. It's not the regular modern fire truck. You see, it's more on the modern age, but it's already 50 years old. And what it is, it's a Ward LaFrance, not to be confused with American LaFrance, because it was the same family, but this was the son of them, and they're all made up in upstate New York out of Elmira. And actually, they went out of business in 1979. The company finally went out of business. But anyways, it's the same model truck that they actually had on the TV show Emergency. So if most of this crew at least, I think, is old enough. I tell you, all the people I work with, I say something to, and I say, hey, you ever see the TV show Emergency? And they're like, yeah, no, that was like way before my time. But anyways, hey, if you haven't, you can always YouTube it. But the the truck I'm running is the same model as it was the second fire engine that they used in the emergency TV show. The first one was a Crown Fire Coach, and then through Ward de France and the LA County Fire Department and everything, they started running a lot of these Ward de France's out there. So the truck I have is the same exact model as what they had in the TV show. So it's kind of cool that way that, you know, it's got some history behind it. And me being from upstate New York, they were only made about 40 miles down the road from where I lived. And we had them all around our counties up there. So they're kind of special to me there. So anyways, I ended up with one, and I don't know if the wife's real impressed or not, but it's sitting out in the middle of our driveway right now.
And I've seen pictures. Very, very cool truck. And that's cool. You're going to bring it out to the convoy.
So anyways, yeah, we got to get it all hot shotted up. But I don't know. I don't know if we can make the truck all the way to Kentucky or not. But geez, we could have it in the Hot Shot Secret booth somewhere too if you had anything going on this way. Because it's a diesel. It's got the 8V71 Detroit in it there, the old two-stroker. So
love those.
So and then the other thing we're looking at there is we might include an engine brake package in this at some point here in the next year or two. I got a couple of people looking into that for me. So what better thing to have on a two-stroke than an engine brake, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, but again, thank you very much. And anybody wanting to get to the convoy site, it's actually real easy. It's wishconvoy.org. It's just wishconvoy.org. We'll take you right to the site, and there you can see all the drivers listed and all the teams listed, and where they're at in their participation level. And we got a little bit of fundraising to try to do to catch up, because I would like to try to make it to the top 10 this year if I can move up again. I'd like to be in the top 10, but we definitely have some big shoes to try to compete with there in front of us. So we're kind of shaking some trees and trying to see what we can come up with. But I don't know. Do you have any connections to Michael Jordan by chance there, Kyle?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Okay, or anybody like him, because he just donated $10 million here to Make-A-Wish America the other day.
I saw that.
So pretty impressive. But
I'll do what I can. You know, one thing we can do is I'm working out the booth arrangements at Matt's right now, and I'll be sure that we add some QR codes so that people that can come to the booth can just link right to the site and make some donations, hopefully at Matt's, and we can pick up some good fundraising there too.
Well, that'd be cool. And I also want to make mention that Tom Kelly there with the TNC Radio. Well, I always forget how to say it. TNCRadioLive.org, right? Or
TNCRadio.live. .live,
yeah. And I don't know, some reason I have these brain locks on these things. But anyways, I've been in touch with him, and we're talking, and we actually talked a little bit on the air yesterday on his show, and they're going to do a lot to help sponsor this as well. So big kudos to TNCRadio.live and you know, everybody is out here helping, because it's all for the kids, and this one fundraiser event, I said in the past, and maybe we got some new listeners and everything, but this one event raises 75% of the donation money that the charitable contribution for this goes to 75% of the money they need for their wishes to grant through the year. So anybody that helps with this is, you know, just it's their big thing, and it's a one-day thing. They work hard probably 10 months of the year on this just to make this happen. And it's anybody that comes out to it. There's not only the truck convoy, they have a big carnival that goes on. There's inside events. There's a chicken barbecue. They have an auction that goes on. Kyle, I know last year you guys sent some product out for the auction, and that was very well appreciated. And so we're looking forward to all of it. And we're down to what, less than 3 months at this point. So the big wheels are getting in motion, and if we don't get out of the way, we'll get run over. You know what I mean? So.
All right. Well, Horse Feathers, I'm glad you were able to chime in this morning. Sounds like you're at the home 20. You're not on the road tonight?
I am. I'm actually home. The truck's sitting at the shop today, and it needed some repairs. So I dropped it off yesterday afternoon, and I was getting up, and I got a couple of messages saying, "Hey, Steve wanted to talk to you." So I was in the process of getting there, and just hadn't quite gotten there quite yet, but I do. And again, thank you, Kyle, and thank you to Chris and Gold Eagle for their support. I'm sure they're involved here somehow. We haven't talked much about, what their participation part is in this, but I'm sure somehow or another that's there as well. So thank you to everybody, and I greatly appreciate it. And I know Make-A-Wish does, and definitely all the kids do. So
very good. Well, have a great weekend there, Horse Feathers. And, yeah, the Mother's Day convoy will be here before you know it. All right, you know some guy named Joe, Kyle, by chance?
I know a lot of Joes.
Yeah, which Joe we got on the line? Hey, Joe.
Joe's right cargo.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Good, and you?
Very good, very good. Good to hear from you. So Joe's one of my favorite customers of Hot Shot Secret, and Joe, maybe you can tell me a little bit about you got a nice trucking operation out there out of New Jersey, right?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you tell them what you do?
Yes. What I do, I do a lot of work for the post office, advertising mail from a big printing plant.
Are you still with us, Joe? Did he lose his cell, or?
No, I still hear you guys.
Okay, all right. So you do a lot of work with the post office.
Yes, not a lot, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Joe is one of those guys that I get to see in quite a few places. He's been out to our headquarters in Ohio. A couple of years ago, where we had you out at PRI, and this past year he came out and visited us in Vegas at SEMA. So I get to see Joe all over the country.
So where's Joe originally from?
Oh, original. I'm from Portugal.
Portugal. Okay, I couldn't figure out the accent, but Portugal.
And Joe's been very instrumental in helping getting those Hot Shots products out there. As a matter of fact, even getting them across that big body of water there and into Europe as well. So, very good friend of ours, and we're really happy to work with people like him. And he's one of those guys that came to visit us in Ohio, was just learning about the products and heard about them, and we just love people like that. He held us to the truth, and wanted to know about the products and started using them himself. And I think, Joe, you can speak to your experiences with Hot Shots products and how you kind of converted over, and it's pretty much all you use now. And we're really happy to have you.
All right. Well, Joe, I thank you for calling in there. Joe's kind of a man of few words, isn't he?
Sure is. He's a good guy.
All right, so is he? Did you say he's in Chicago?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Okay, New Jersey. All right, I'm
Yep.
going to get a quick time out here. We'll get back to the calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. That is our number on a Friday morning. Quick industry headline. A regional emergency issued last month by the FMCSA for 8 states has been extended through March 17. Now, this is in relation to the closure of the Suncor refinery. Remember that in Commerce City, Colorado, when they had that bitterly cold Arctic snap, had to shut the thing down, and I don't believe it's even back up and running yet. And that's what prompted the original declaration. According to the extension, conditions remain that make it difficult to obtain the necessary gas, diesel, and jet fuel in the affected states of Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. Motor carriers and drivers providing direct assistance, supporting emergency relief efforts, transporting gas, jet fuel, or diesel are granted relief from the maximum driving time for property-carrying vehicles, the hours of service regulations. Direct assistance, they point out, does not include transportation related to long-term rehabilitation of damaged physical infrastructure or routine commercial deliveries, including mixed loads with a nominal quantity of qualifying emergency relief. All right, to obtain the benefits of this emergency declaration after the initial threat to life and property is passed. So, again, extended through March the 17th at this point in time. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour. We'll get on board with heat wave, I believe. Sounds like things are a bit chilly out there. Is that right?
Oh, I'll tell you what, the witches don't want to be wearing their brass bras out here. I'll tell you that much right now. Yeah, it's a balmy 15 degrees. Burr. So, Kyle, Jacques Semas. That's not mine. That's a great one. Did y'all ever find those bumper stickers that I mailed in November of last year? Have they come through yet, or is it still lost in the UPS snail mail system? I don't know anything about that. So, I haven't seen those. No.
Well, there's one thing you can trust about the government. They'll lose something that you feel dear to your heart that everyone else should have, and they'll lose it sure enough. Well, I'll try to get a supply of bumper stickers, and there's also one that in check that says, "We drink our beer cold." So I'll try to get that set up. Anyways, yeah. So, yeah, these balloons that Biden is so thrilled about shooting down, he was a powerful man. They said they were from a Disney movie gang group or whatever, that a bottle cap group. Is that what they called them?
I think it was some hobby group out of Illinois, I thought.
Yeah, because one of them is an 11-year-old kid, and they shot down his balloon, and the other two is like, what in the hell? Don't you think there ought to be some kind of registry or registry numbers on these balloons and telling local FAA officials, hey, these balloons are going up? I mean, good night.
I think this particular one, if I've got the correct, it was supposedly like a $13 Mylar balloon that we shot a $400,000 missile at. But we got hold that thought. We got to pause there. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. President Biden is getting a clean bill of health. He finished a routine physical Thursday at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Maryland. Personal physician Dr. Kevin O'Connor said the 80-year-old Biden remains healthy and vigorous. He added the president is fit for duty and fully executes all his responsibilities without any exemptions or accommodations. A neurological exam showed no signs that it would be consistent with a stroke, multiple sclerosis, or Parkinson's disease. However, a small lesion on Biden's chest was removed for a biopsy, and those results are pending. Questions still remain over a major train derailment in Ohio that resulted in toxic chemical exposure. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said local and federal authorities are working to get to the bottom of what happened. She said the administration is deploying teams from HHS and the CDC to East Palestine as the Ohio governor has asked for additional public health testing and resources. The derailment earlier this month caused toxic chemicals to be released into the soil and air. Senator John Fetterman, the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, checked himself into Walter Reed National Military Medical Center yesterday to receive treatment for clinical depression.
His chief of staff, Adam Jentelson, said in a statement, while John has experienced depression off and on throughout his life, it only became severe in recent weeks. Fetterman suffered a stroke last year before winning the Pennsylvania Senate race. Earlier this month, his office said he was hospitalized after feeling lightheaded, but the test ruled out another stroke. I'm Dave Collins.
Actor Bruce Willis has dementia. In a statement, his family confirmed a diagnosis of what's called frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. The revelation comes nearly a year after it was announced that he's been diagnosed with aphasia, the loss of ability to understand or express speech. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
TikTok is facing more scrutiny. A top Justice Department official warned against the use of the popular video app due to security concerns over its ownership by a Chinese company. There are concerns the company could harvest and supply sensitive data on American users to the Chinese government. Multiple state governments and Congress have banned the app from government devices. It was a rough overnight for many passengers stranded at New York City's Kennedy Airport.
A little after 9 p.m. Eastern Time Thursday, reports came in of several international flights that were grounded at New York's JFK Airport. Terminal 1 was down after an electrical panel failure that also caused a small fire. Airport signs have been without power there. Some airlines have resorted to writing out cancellation info by hand. The Port Authority says service in the terminal won't be fully restored until 9 a.m. Friday. I'm Ryan Daniels.
President Biden says there's no evidence the 3 aerial objects shot down by the U.S. military recently are related to China's balloon surveillance program. In remarks to the nation, the president said it's still not known what the objects are, but they're likely related to commercial or research purposes. He added there's no evidence there's been a sudden increase in the number of objects in the sky. The man who shot and killed 3 students and injured 5 others at Michigan State University this week was armed with 2 guns and several magazines of ammunition. Investigators also found a note where the man said he was going to shoot up MSU and made other threats, including one against a previous employer. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on a Friday as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. There you go. One more round and we'll be on the same page as we'll welcome our friends on the West Coast into a Friday. There you go. All right, we left off there. You're talking about balloons. The president finally speaking this past day. We don't know a whole heck of a lot more, but they are now saying the balloon that was shot down over the Yukon territory, they believe belonged to an Illinois-based hobbyist club. The Northern Illinois Bottle Cap Balloon Brigade said on Wednesday that their silver-coated balloon is missing in action. Last reported position at 38,910 feet on Friday off the west coast of Alaska. Supposedly, it's a forecasting tool. The cylindrically shaped Pico balloon was expected to float over the Yukon territory that same day that a F-22 shot it down. What is a Pico balloon? According to Forbes, they measure things like humidity, pressure, temperature before relaying that info through VHF, UHF antennas. Hobbyists then ham radios to obtain the weather data. John Kirby kind of floated the possibility earlier this week that those objects were maybe just balloons tied to some commercial or benign purpose. Now, of course, I saw a report which kind of specified that kind of a silverish-looking Mylar balloon that this group uses for weather stuff cost about $13, and we used a $400,000 missile to shoot it down. So, what can you say?
One over there and over Lake, was it Lake Huron?
Lake Huron.
We used $800,000 worth of missiles to knock it down.
Yeah.
Good night. Oh, I tell you what, he doesn't do nothing with the first one except splashes it in the Atlantic after it's already gone over sensitive areas. And then he's aggressive on these other ones. Yeah, why don't we just get a whole bouquet of balloons and send them up to D.C. to Biden's office where he can look at them and go, oh, these are funny tasting lollipops. They said he was, he's cognitive. He knows what he's doing. So that must mean when he gets up there and he's not reading off the teleprompter, he's just a complete idiot. I mean, that's what it tells me. Y'all might have a different.
I guess he had the physical yesterday, right? And he got the thumbs up.
Yeah. So he's just an idiot. Okay. Well, that makes sense. But anyway. Well, what'd you think of that football game there, Kyle? You think it was fixed, or you think it was a good call?
I don't think it was a good call, but at least we had a decent game. I'm a Steelers fan, so it was a painful year for me.
Oh, I'm sure it was. Yeah. Well, I hate the Philadelphia Eagles with a passion, since I'm a big Cowboys fan. So, yeah, it could have been the worst team in the league, and I would have bet money on them instead of the Eagles to win. But that's another story. And, Philadelphia has become the city of runner-ups. In baseball, they lost to Houston in the World Series, and now this to Kansas City in the Super Bowl. I wonder what's going to happen with the basketball and the hockey, how they're going to wind up with that. So maybe they could do it wouldn't be a trifecta, it'd be a quadfecta, huh? They could be runner-ups in all four major sports. Well, other than that, I don't know, just not a whole lot happening up in my way. I may be a solar runner here in about 10 days. So we'll keep y'all informed on that. And I am planning on being up there for the truck show. I've already had my reservations and registration set up. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting up there and meeting with all y'all. Kyle, you going to be up there for the truck show, or are you going to be out at the racetracks?
Oh, no, I will definitely be there. I'm what we love to call Team Philo. I'm first in, last out. So I think I'm there Sunday through Sunday for that one.
Oh, okay, all right.
He gets there on Sunday to start setting things up on. I mean, it takes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to get the booth all set up and get everything in there organized and ready to go for Thursday.
Yeah, especially when you have the vehicles. The vehicles have to move in early Monday, so we're there pretty early.
Yeah, and I guess you got all them wires that you got to plug in and make sure everything's working right. And yeah, well, I'm anxiously awaiting the show to meet everybody up there, and it's going to be everybody I meet's going to be for the first time. So
yeah, Heatwave's planning to bring the better half from Albuquerque. You're gonna fly in, right? You're not gonna drive all the way up here, are you?
I drive for YRC. I'm going to have to drive my pickup. Yeah, it's going to be a 1,300-mile drive, but Kyle, I don't know if you know, but I have found, I was adopted in 1966, and I have found my birth mother. Unfortunately, she had passed away at the end of June last year, and I was 45 days too late. But I have an uncle that lives up in the St. Louis area. So, no, we're planning on driving up to the show, making a stop in Joplin, and then going all the way into Louisville from there. And then after the show, go back towards St. Louis and see if I can't find my uncle and maybe stop by and say hi and have a little visit before we make the final trek into Oklahoma City and then back to Albuquerque. So, yeah, the wife used to drive with me for 5.5 years. We run teams, so I think she's looking forward to getting behind the wheel of the pickup and just getting going somewhere else other than Albuquerque. So yeah, we're going to drive. It's going to be fun, to say the least.
Wow. Well, at least you won't be stuck at 62 miles per hour all the way.
63.
63.
We are at 63.
Yeah.
Yes. Got to make that clarification. We are faster than some companies out here. Not many, but some. All righty, senors. Hey, y'all have yourself a good night. We'll look forward to seeing y'all at the truck show.
All right. Thanks
y'all
for checking in. We'll see you then. All right. Yeah, for the first time. All right, Kyle, let's talk a little bit about a couple of the products, things that maybe some could get a little confused over. Yeah, starting with, of course, I guess a few months ago, as we were headed into the winter, we introduced the everyday diesel treatment with the Winter Defense, which I guess back in the day, for those that used the everyday diesel treatment to treat every fill-up or whatever, would also, when wintertime rolls around, have to put the winter anti-gel in. That's kind of the combo package. So during the winter months, it's all in one. Now, when the warmer weather starts rolling back around, you just transition back to the everyday diesel treatment without the Winter Defense, right?
Well, yes, and a little bit of no, and that's kind of why EDT plus Winter Defense came about. So let me clarify a little bit. The EDT, our everyday diesel treatment, is a 6-in-1. It's everything you need to treat the poor quality dry fuel that we get from the fuel station, and also all the protection you need for your expensive fuel components. So we've got a cetane booster, a lubricity additive, injector cleaner, water dispersant, rust and corrosion inhibitor, and a fuel stabilizer. Everything you need. Now, formerly, the Diesel Winter Anti-Gel product you're talking about was actually those same 6 components plus a 7th component of the anti-gel for the winter.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it was commonly mistaken as just an anti-gel product, largely because of the name, Diesel Winter Anti-Gel. So without reading the label too closely, a lot of people thought it was just anti-gel, and they would top treat their everyday diesel treatment with it, when in fact it actually had everything you needed in the EDT, plus that extra winter defense. So, hence the new product. We knew we needed to rename the product, and it was getting picked up more and more in retail settings, and it needed some clarification on the name there. Obviously, with all the popularity we have with EDT, the everyday diesel treatment, the very simple, obvious name was EDT plus Winter Defense. And just like we do with everything else, we never really leave the lab. So although we had and have the #1 winter fuel treatment in the marketplace with Diesel Winter Anti-Gel, while we were changing the name, if you will, we also looked to see if we could reformulate and if we can make the product even any better than it already was. And so that's exactly what we did. So the new EDT plus Winter Defense has added lubricity to it because it now contains our LX4 Lubricity Extreme additive, which provides a greater level of lubricity protection. It brings the wear scar down on your metal components even more than before, adding that lubricity to the ultra-low sulfur diesels, as we talked earlier, without the sulfur in it anymore. So there's one great benefit of it. And then another benefit is more of a, kind of like I mentioned earlier, the consumer experience. One of the issues we had with the Diesel Winter Anti-Gel was that the product actually could freeze itself in the bottle, and you can understand a consumer being upset that they bought a bottle of anti-gel to keep their diesel from freezing, yet they found that their bottle could freeze on its own. And it's like, you know, how good of a product can this be if it can't even protect itself from freezing? But the truth is, it's actually that good, and it's under concentration, and it's the chemistry that happens when the anti-gel blends with the fuel. So the fuel will gel on its own, the anti-gel will gel on its own, but when combined, we can protect down to a negative 65-degree pour point, a negative 40-degree fuel line freeze up, far deeper than any other lubricant company out there. The other companies that I'd say wouldn't freeze on their own are using products like kerosene-based products that do have some performance value against anti-gelling, but it's just not good on your system. So when we reformulated, we had enough room left in the formula from the gains we made on the LX4 to add a proper additive to protect the product from freezing all the way down to 0 degrees when it's on its own. So it just makes it a little more user-friendly while also improving the lubricity. So right now, we actually have both those products still available, and that's largely because in the retail setting, you know, they buy in such bulk, we still had plenty of the Diesel Winter Anti-Gel in the system. So I think over the next year, you'll see that kind of fade out, and the EDT plus Winter Defense will more or less kind of replace that product.
So that would be essentially then a year-round product. Then you would get, you know, even in the summer months, it does. You don't necessarily need the Winter Defense, but it's already blended in there, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could use it in the summer months, but you just be a little bit of a waste of money because you're going to be paying for some anti-gel that you just don't need. So if you're in a warmer climate or you're in the summer months, you know, use EDT. And if you're in a cold climate or facing a cold spell, use EDT plus Winter Defense.
So the one that would go away is going to be the old Winter Anti-Gel. I was thinking you were saying the EDT would go away. So yeah, so you'll have the EDT for summer months, EDT plus Winter Defense for winter months.
Yep.
And no need to add the old-fashioned plain just the winter. Okay. See, I told you it could get a little bit confusing.
Yeah, that's our fault. Yeah, we actually really didn't expect to the explosion of that product, and it's really taken off, and it's the best anti-gel out there. So, and you know how we do, we're constantly looking to improve, and if we can make something better, even if it's number one, well, let's stretch the lead a little bit and make it better.
Well, for folks who are thinking about not needing to purchase any more anti-gel or everyday diesel treatment with the winter defense this winter, because, hey, it's like spring all of a sudden. Yeah, get ready for the reality check. And, they're actually talking toward the end of February, early March, another maybe a bout with the polar vortex, another Arctic shot coming our way. So you'll still be needing to treat that fuel, especially in the northern tier. All right, we'll return to the calls at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, did we get to say hello to Gilligan earlier? Gilligan, Marty, Steve, and fellow listeners, dry at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Yeah, I've been on and off rain most of the way down from Winchester, but we're dry and 64. Wow, 64 degrees. It'll be totally different tomorrow night, maybe dropping into the 20s. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hired Gun checks in from Kingston, Georgia, USA. 65 with heavy rain in the area. Everybody be careful. Keep the painted side on top. There's Colleen who says, let's see. Good morning, Steve. Colleen and Joe in Colorado Springs. A freezing 8 degrees right now. Single digits, burr. Looks like a promising next few days as we'll bounce back with 40 and 50 degrees. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Rick in Columbus. All right, there's Santa Claus, top of the morning with 44 degrees in Sacramento, California. Tell Kyle I said hello. And if you can, ask Kyle if you'll be making it out to Sacramento this year. You got to meet Santa Claus there. Was it last year or year before?
Oh, yeah, that was a year before last.
So that was the Sacramento race. Is that on your agenda this year, or do you even know yet?
It's not, but I tell you what, I do have another California race. Let me look at the date here. Part of our NHRDA. We're the title sponsors of the NHRDA. They do both diesel drag racing, diesel sled pulling. They have a big truck show and shine at everyone. And let's see here. It's the NorCal Diesel Nationals. That's on May 19th and 20th at Redding Drag Strip in Redding, California. So I'm not sure where that's at compared to Santa Claus, but I will be in the state, so I hope you can make it. And I'll tell you what, what's really cool about the NHRDA, and I think I mentioned this last time I came on, it was kind of right after we announced the new partnership. The NHRDA has really big truck show and shines, and we get a great turnout from the semi-trucks. So I really encourage any of the listeners, this is a great opportunity. Like, I think it was Jolly Green Giant earlier saying he's never really, seen this, type of racing, doesn't know much about it. I know a lot of you guys on the road. If you're ever passing through where we're at with one of these NHRDA events, you really need to stop in. Not only can you throw the truck in the truck show, see a bunch of cool big rigs there, they actually have a big rig class for the drag racing. And you can literally drop the trailer and put your truck down the racetrack, see what it can do in a quarter mile. So I think that's really cool. And I'll be out at Redding, California, May 19th and 20th.
There you go. I don't know what that is in, like you said, proximity to Sacramento, but mark that down on your calendar there, Santa Claus, something you might be interested in. Hey, let's see. I got Hillbillies on the line, but we've only got about a minute before we hit that bottom of the hour news break. So let's just take it to that. We'll come back. And, of course, several lines available at 844-3388. A couple of industry headlines. A series of crashes this past day that shut down all southbound lanes of I-41. Where was it? In Wisconsin. Yeah, Old Man Winter. According to the DOT there, the crash involved 30 vehicles, including 6 tractor trailers, 3 injured, non-life-threatening injuries. Yeah, the sheriffs had asked drivers to avoid Interstate 41 in the town of Wayne. Crews worked for hours in blizzard-like conditions, towing cars, pulling away semis, clearing debris as traffic continued to back up. Yeah, some cars turned around. Trucks were reversing, trying to get out of the southbound lanes. All right. Crews responding to clear that crash scene in the wintry conditions. All right, coming up, we'll maybe be talking about a significant ice storm unfolding across upstate New York and parts of New England, maybe later today, according to forecasters.
USA News Update. Tim McCarver, the All-Star catcher and Hall of Fame broadcaster who during 60 years in baseball won 2 World Series with the St. Louis Cardinals and had a long run as one of the country's most recognized, incisive, and talkative television commentators, died Thursday. He was 81. McCarver's death was announced by baseball's Hall of Fame, which said he died Thursday morning due to heart failure in Memphis, Tennessee, where he was with his family. A Polish mother of 7 has successfully given birth to premature quintuplets. Hospitals officials in southern Poland said Tuesday a Polish mother of 7 has successfully given birth to premature quintuplets. The 2 boys and 3 girls were born through cesarean section on Sunday in the pregnancy's 28th week at the University Hospital in Krakow. They were put into incubators and given breathing support, but doctors say they're all doing fine given their premature birth. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Cameras on. There we go. Oh, yeah, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And don't forget, you can get 15% off your order by going to the website goldeagle.com. Use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Again, 15% off your entire order, goldeagle.com. All right, Hillbilly, been hanging in there. Morning, Hillbilly. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. Morning, Cole. How
Morning.
you fellas doing today?
Good.
Cole, I'm kind of surprised you're not down low with the Farm Receiver Show.
You know, we tried to get in, and we were on a waiting list and didn't make the cut. So we're hoping to get in next year.
Because, I mean, as a farmer, I said, I don't do the maintenance on the tractors. My uncle is close to that, and he buys stuff that owns a football stadium, so he's hooked on that. But I try stuff to put in my pickup truck and stuff like that. And I know a lot of farmers got gas and diesel tractors.
I've heard as far as farm equipment goes, isn't that? I mean, it's the same place where the Mid America is, right? And it's I mean, they literally fill that entire complex with farm equipment.
Yes, sir. The biggest farm show in the nation.
Wow.
But I usually go to it. But since Dad passed away, it's kind of hard for me to go to. That's one of the things we did together. So it's kind of passed away a year and a half ago, and it's just been kind of hard. But other than that, what's good for a 1947 model tractor?
Gas or diesel?
What now? Gas.
Well, I'll tell you, we have a unique product on the fuel side that may not sound like it's for it, but in our RV lineup, we have a premium gas fuel treatment, and it would be great for that application because we designed it generally for the RV market, but in doing so, the chemistry involved is just adding a lot of stability to the product for the fuel, knowing that the RVs, kind of run for a while and stop and park for quite a while. And as we've talked before on the program about how quickly that fuel starts to oxidize, so it's good to have a good stability product in there. And we have lubricity in there, and there's a great water dispersant that's different than we do on the diesel side. On the diesel side, we generally use a different kind of dispersant that really kind of shocks the fuel and drops the water out of solution, so that your water separator can pick up that water and get it out. And that's mainly because the diesels have such high pressure fuel systems, and you really don't want that water passing through the system under that much pressure. But on the gas side, rather than using a demulsifier, we use an emulsifier in that RV treatment. And what that does is really kind of encapsulates any of the type of water that you get in the fuel tank, which is very common in that type of equipment that's outside and seeing the changes in the environment, and you get the condensation. And the emulsifier more encapsulates the water, allows it to pass through, and really just kind of burns off on the injection side. So I definitely would recommend that for the fuel side of that type of tractor. And then, of course, our Stiction Eliminator is a great product to start on the oil side to clean it out. And once you got it cleaned out, you can add FR3 to that oil for the next 2 to 3 oil changes to keep that protection up on the engine after you get it nice and clean.
I got you. Hey, Steve, what is this wind machine on Ohio? I'm heading almost Cincinnati now, but it's coming from Columbus to Louisville. It is blowing me all over the place.
Yeah.
It's going to let up anytime soon.
The cold front, that front came through a couple hours ago, and I've been noticing that. Yeah, every time I step out, we don't have the criteria of a wind advisory at this point, but I can vouch for the fact that the winds are howling.
Here I say the flags are straight out. All the ones I've seen.
Yep.
It's definitely a 2-hand on the wheel night. If you get my drift.
Yep, no doubt.
So we sat there and spent $400,000 to shoot down a $13 balloon. Is that what I heard?
That appears to be the case. That is correct. Yeah. that would have been a balloon you could take. You probably could have taken down with a BB gun if you could have got it there.
Government waste at its best, right? But Steve, I'll let someone else get in here. Y'all have a good night.
All right, safe travels rest of the way in. You have both hands on the wheel there. A little breezy out there. All right, that frees up another line. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, 5-7. Happy Friday.
Good morning. You let me turn my air conditioner down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, hey, nobody likes me anyhow. Well, just a little note, heat wave made mention. We like our beer cold. If you go to, German prisoners of war, in America, and it's amazing the stories they tell. They had Germans out working in Alabama clearing and, doing road maintenance. They were doing such a good job, the guards went down, got a tub, filled it full of ice, dumped beer in there, and took it out to the prisoners, I guess they were way ahead of schedule. And it really sort of screwed with their minds is these Germans would take this ice-cold beer out and roll it on the hot fenders of the trucks to get the beer warmed up. So I think Heat Wave sort of made mention of that. If anybody doesn't understand that, just in Europe, I guess they like their beer hot or warm.
Right.
And thank you. But you couldn't beat that. That's a great. I got to figure out how to write that one down. And Biden is standing up there and said, "I shot down there, ordered everything shot down." In other words, I'm the president. I ain't got a clue what's flying in our atmosphere. Apparently, neither does NORAD, neither does our military. If they're shooting down, party balloons that got away. But there is a question. We do have a pilot that calls in. Now, I do understand at 20,000 feet, airline, it's like a highway. Airliners go one way. 30,000 feet, airliners go another way. And I guess they've got different altitudes, and it's like a highways in the sky.
Yep.
And I don't care what they are. If they're flying in that airspace where airliners and you got hundreds of people in this tube, it needs to be took down. But that I was understanding that if you've got one of them toy, that you fly with the camera on it, what do you call them things?
A drone.
You're supposed to know where you're flying that. You can't fly it in airspace. Like I live under a flight path or a runway, so I couldn't fly one over my house. I'm pretty sure. But if these kids are at college or school is flying a balloon at that kind of altitude, it seems like it would be registered at the FAA and a flight plan filed and a report on its location. Hey, do we not know what's flying around in our, above America? So all he did was let us know that we're ignorant of what's going on in our upper atmosphere airspace. So that just aggravates. Well, other than that, we'll slide all that to a side. Thank God we got at least 1/3 of people in our politics. It sounds like they're going after, and it's amazing to listen to, the FBI director in Mayorkas. You got our border secured? Yeah, we got the border secured, But what about the 3 million that just crossed over the line in the last 2 years and possibly 5 million? No problem. It's secured, just straight faced as can be. And then finally one of them said, "You are a disgrace. You're a disgrace to to your office." And he got all huffy. He says, "I'm a proud." He gives this long line about his line of service. But he's got to understand, at the end of the day, history's going to show he should be charged with treason. That's all it is to it. And but we got him out there, and you know why we're finding this stuff out? Because we had the vote, and people got out and voted. We didn't get everything we wanted, but boy, we got enough to kick them around. Now, question on the oil deal. Back in the day, I'd put oil in my 57 Chevy, it'd be 30 weight oil. All right. Now so now you got to put the 30 oil in. You got, what is that, like a high mileage oil, is that just not a little heavier oil than what you normally use? Sure.
Well, generally speaking, that's one way they try to package up what a high mileage oil is. Really, a lot of that's just marketing. An engine that's got a lot of miles on it obviously has more wear to it. You probably don't have the best ring seating on the cylinder walls. You probably get some blow-by. One way to fix that would be to go with thicker oil, just to prevent some of that blow-by that you get and the lost burnt oil out of it. Another way to do it is to stick with the viscosity that the engine was built for, and that's what you really want down at the bearings, and go with a better oil that has a stronger film strength. What do you know? Hot Shot Secret has some great options for that. So
there you go.
It's a little bit of do you want to treat the symptom or treat the problem?
Yep. Well, that's what using the FR3 isn't that the same thing as like high mileage. Adding that to your oil. Because,
yeah, absolutely. It's great for that because one of the things that FR3 does is the strength of the film strength of that oil. So you can use an off-the-shelf oil and add FR3 to it, and it would be great on high mileage.
There you go. So in other words, we've been buying a line and paying more for something. Isn't that big a deal? Also, do you remember in the older days, remember they'd advertise gasoline on all these programs, and they talked about Gulf no-knocks. If you buy gasoline at our station, your engines won't knock. Are they, now when you go to a off-brand like Circle K that I was locked up in yesterday morning, do you go, I was locked away in a Circle K, but I didn't touch nothing, I cared. But like the fuel that comes in at the Circle K, let's say, and the fuel that comes into the Exxon. Now, do they add anything to back up their advertisements for sale, or is it just a bunch of snow jobs?
A little bit of both. There is a difference between top-tier fuel providers and secondary tier as far as fuel quality. But even at the top-tier level, the fuel industry is a very interesting commodity where they literally live in a world of fractions of pennies, and they're always looking right there at the margin line. So they really have no interest at all to formulate anything past what the government mandates them to. So we do a lot of fuel testing nationwide, both gas and diesel, and we rarely see what we would consider good quality fuel. And that's because the industry's, that's why you see a fuel station across the street that's 1 penny cheaper. You guys are fighting over pennies. So to add anything past what they need to, other than to make a claim, they don't. So they put just enough additive in so they can make a great claim to it, but if you test it, it's at the bare minimum of what's needed to legally make that claim and meet government's mandates.
Okay, now on these additives, do they do it at the, do they open up a bottle and dump it into their tank at the delivery point, or is it supposed to be like at Exxon? I'd haul from Exxon to 7-Eleven, stuff like that. Is it supposed to be already there at the distributors?
That's another good question, and answer is yes to both. And directly from the refinery, the fuel will come at different grades. That's where it kind of gets separated between the top tier and the lower tiers. So there is a certain amount of additive at the refinery level, and then as that fuel moves through the different fuel jobbers' hands, they go to different, your different brands of fuel stations and whatnot. Those fuel jobbers will add their own additive to it, again, at a very minuscule level to differentiate and make a claim and try to mark up the product. Now, what's very interesting on the diesel side is there's been kind of a phenomenon, I guess you'd say, in the past, I'd say, 5 to 10 years, where we're seeing a lot of what we call ID, internal diesel injector deposits. And it's a kind of a snotty, gummy kind of residue that forms in the injectors. And it's a result of these different fuel jobbers adding poor quality additives to the mix that are counteracting with each other and leaving residue in the injectors of diesel trucks. And it does take a very expensive chemical to get IDs clean. It's just not your normal fuel system cleaner. And we do have ID cleaner in all of our diesel fuel additives, but most don't, because it's a pretty expensive chemical to and substance out, and that's a result of the fuel jobbers messing with the fuel.
I want to tell my appreciation not only the support you give Steve, but the education we're getting. I mean, you never thought about this stuff. You go down the road and you just pour the diesel in, you just oil. With the American people, I guess, we're just that trusting. We don't believe they're going to do anything that would hurt our vehicles. But you got to wonder how many of those cars out in the junkyard are there 10 years earlier because because they were putting trash in their oil crank caves and in their fuel tanks. So appreciate what you guys do, and y'all are very underappreciated, but not here on Steve Summers Overnight Drive because word's getting out, the education's getting out. I've got FR3 sitting next to a stay bill, and I've got that all in my Dodge. And I'll tell you what, do appreciate the education and the support for us drivers. So this is 5-7. We're going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail and enjoy the weekend, Steve, and also you, sir.
All right, he'll be waiting for that midnight notification come Sunday night, Monday morning, right? When he was saying he was locked up in 7-Eleven, if you weren't with us last night, Kyle, he goes into the was it Circle K? Circle K, I think it was. He goes into the restroom to take a man dump. I guess he's in there for a little while, and he comes out, and there's nobody there. The place is locked up.
No.
There was supposedly a sign that was hanging there, something about restroom break back in 5 minutes or something, and then underneath that was a sign that says back at 6 a.m. So he said, I pulled up a chair, I sat down right under the camera, having no idea how long he was going to. Apparently, the clerk that was working was so tired, I guess late at night, or he was so tired that he actually locked the daggone store up, went out to his car to take a nap. So,
oh wow!
So he was locked in Circle K for I don't know. He was in there for a bit, and I said, wondering what to do. But I mean, how often does something like that happen? You come out from using the restroom and you're locked in the Circle K. That was the classic.
Well, I think he certainly should have been entitled to some snacks then, I'd have pulled them off the shelf.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said, man, you could have popped the top on a cold one, throw a hot dog on the roller grill, just have a good old time. All right. So Eskimo Mom had to drop off there. So we've got clear lines at 844-3388. Line us back up here. A couple of minutes before news break, one of the bigger industry headlines this past day, I didn't see this coming. Travel Centers of America, which, of course, operates truck stops around the country under the TA brand, is being purchased by BP America. $1.3 billion deal, or $86 per share. Now, TA stock closed Wednesday at $49.44 per share. So I guess that means somebody's going to make a killing. Today's announcement that BP is acquiring TA for $86 per share is a result of the successful implementation of our turnaround and strategic plans According to TA CEO Jonathan Perchik, we've improved our core travel center business, expanded our network, launched TA to prepare for the future of alternative fuels, and improved our operating and financial results, none of which could have been accomplished without the hard work, blah, 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 of everybody. Even before the pandemic, which had pushed TA's stock price to less than $10 per share, TA had been struggling with a stock price just above $10 per share in late 2019. That sale will now mean that all three major U.S. truck stop companies, TA, Love's, and Pilot Flying J, will be privately owned. Although Pilot Flying J has a 38.6% share held by Berkshire Hathaway, BP has established a long-term strategy that sees oil and gas exploration as declining as a percentage of the company's operations. A purchase of the truck stop, this is one of the biggest diesel marketers in the country, might seem kind of odd with that strategy, they say. But BP also had laid out 5 pillars of their future growth, and that TA acquisition fits within several of those pillars. They're the 5 pillars: bioenergy, electric vehicle charging, convenience, renewables and power, and hydrogen capture and storage. But that was quite interesting. BP purchases TA around the country. All right, we'll get a news break here, and back to your calls ahead. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. A special grand jury investigating efforts by then-President Donald Trump and his allies to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia says it believes one or more witnesses committed perjury and urged local prosecutors to bring charges. Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis should seek appropriate indictments for such crimes where the evidence is compelling, according to the portions of the special grand jury's final report that were released on Thursday. Those sections are silent on key details, including who the panel believes committed perjury and what other specific charges should be pursued. But it marks the first time the grand jury's recommendations for criminal charges tied to the case have been made public. The man who shot 8 students at Michigan State University, killing 3, was found with 2 handguns and a note containing a possible motive for the attack. The 9mm guns, dozens of rounds of ammunition, and the 2-page note were found with Anthony McRae when he killed himself Monday evening after being confronted by police. Investigators said they were still trying to pin down a motive 3 days after the violence at the 50,000-student campus in East Lansing. Campus Deputy Chief Chris Rosman says it appears, based on the content of the note, that he felt he was slighted in some way by people or businesses. California Governor Gavin Newsom visited a Sacramento County school Thursday to hand out lunches to students and highlight California's new investments in public education.
We were here celebrating the remarkable diversity and contribution.
The state has promised universal pre-K, free meals for all students, more academic and mental health support, and lower staff-to-student ratios.
Making everyone feel included and cared for, including people from around the world that have fled injustices.
In addition, the Universal College Savings Account program will start an account for every Californian born after July 1st, 2022. I'm Victoria Idoni.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
An Arizona appeals court has rejected Republican Kari Lake's challenge of her defeat in the Arizona governor's race to Democrat Katie Hobbs, denying her request to throw out election results in the state's most populous county and hold the election again. In ruling on Thursday, the Arizona Court of Appeals wrote Lake, who claimed problems with ballot printers at some polling places on Election Day were the result of intentional misconduct, presented no evidence that voters whose ballots were unreadable by tabulators at polling places were not able to vote. The court said that even a witness called by Lake to testify had confirmed that ballots that couldn't initially be read at polling places could still ultimately have their vote counted. There's still a lot of concern from residents over the recent train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio.
Federal and local officials are assuring residents there that they're safe despite concerns of toxic chemical exposure following the train derailment.
EPA has assisted with the screening of more than 480 homes under the voluntary screening program offered to residents, and no detections of vinyl chloride or hydrogen chloride were identified.
EPA Administrator Michael Regan visited the community following the derailment earlier this month. He said officials are offering voluntary screening to all residents and are conducting 24/7 air monitoring. I'm Dave Collins.
Tim McCarver, the all-star catcher and Hall of Fame broadcaster who during 60 years in baseball won 2 World Series with the St. Louis Cardinals, died Thursday. He was 81. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Some events are jumping up, others are coming back. What it means is NTPA Championship Pulling will be reaching new audiences throughout 2023. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's 2023 national schedule continues to take shape as fairs and festivals across the United States return their contracts to the main office. You can follow these developments in real time at the schedule page at ntpapull.com, where you're sure to find a national event near you. The NTPA's member states are also hard at work signing state-level events and will reveal the fruits of those efforts in another month or so. There's plenty of time this spring to analyze the schedule region by region and state by state, so this week let's highlight the regular season events that are either new to the NTPA or returning after some time away. And first out of the chute is the Mule City 300 at the Gallatin Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina, which returns to the Grand National Circuit after a 3-year absence. Light Superstock, Superstock Open, Superfarm, and Light Pro Stock tractors join the new Light Modified class on Friday and Saturday, June 2nd and 3rd. Then comes the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. Superfarm and Pro Stock tractors, 2- and 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds will perform on Friday and Saturday, June 9th and 10th. 2 regional national events will make their debuts that same weekend. Morley, Michigan, site of the Celebration on the Pond each August, is starting a new tradition on Saturday, June 10th with limited light Superstocks, 5.0 Pro Stocks, 2-wheel drives, and Wolverine 4-wheel drives. Also on June 10th, it's Waynesburg, Pennsylvania that joins the fold with classic Superstocks, light Pro Stocks, Superstock 4-wheel drives, Pro Stock semis, and modifieds at the Greene County Fairgrounds. Mechanicstown, Ohio comes in on Friday, June 23rd with classic and limited light supers and Pro Stock diesel, Superstock, and Superstock diesel trucks at the Fox Township VFD track. And Greensburg, Indiana will have a Region 2 event on Monday, July 17th during the Decatur County Fair. Hot Farms, Light Pros, and 2-wheel drives are on tap. On Tuesday, August 15th, it's the Huron County Fair Pole in Norwalk, Ohio, with classic supers, light pros, Pro Stock diesel 3.0 trucks, and modifieds. Centerville, Michigan, a long-standing Wolverine state event, makes the jump to the region with 2 nights of pulling on Friday and Saturday, September 22nd and 23rd. Superfarms, 2-wheel drives, minis, and a state Superstock combo class are the featured attractions. And that same Saturday night, September 23rd, the Medina County Fairgrounds in Ohio will come alive with classic supers, light pros, 3.0 diesels, Pro Stock semis, and modifieds. Well, before all that gets going, we want to remind you of your very next chance to see NTPA Championship Pulling in person. The NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals takes over the Michiana Event Center on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th for 2 5-class sessions, Super Farms, Pro Stocks, 4.1 Pro Stocks, Hot Farms, and 3.0 diesel trucks. Tickets are on sale now at shopntpa.com, and you can get a discount by buying early. The Michiana Event Center is located in Shipshewana near the corner of US 20 and State Route 5, just minutes from the Michigan border, and it will be streamed in its entirety at ntpa.tv. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, and that brings us full circle as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Here we go on a Friday. Hey, how about that announcement of the NTPA as we close out the final day there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show? That was a pretty interesting announcement last week.
Yeah, we're excited about that.
Does that mean we're going to have some of our Hot Shot Secret sponsored poolers? You think there at the show?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, not only do we sponsor the series, we've got a bunch of sponsored pullers that run the series, and we'll certainly have some out there. I defer to Josh on that side of things with the pulling, and he knows all of them inside and out, which classes are going to be there, so which pullers that we can expect. But I don't have that list on me. But, yeah, we're looking forward to finishing off the show with an NTPA pull.
That'll be pretty cool. I guess last year it was the other guys, the other guys division, which I don't know that we have any pullers in that division. So I didn't make it over I did not make it over it's been years and years. I don't know that I've ever actually been to an indoor tractor pull. Used to see them at like the state fair or the county fair and things like that. For those indoor pools, I was watching some of the video. I guess they hook up some kind of a vacuum device to the pooling rigs to suck all that exhaust out of the venue. Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's nuts. Actually, here in just a few weeks, the week before, I think March 17th and 18th, I'm heading up to Shipshewana, Indiana. We're up there by the Michigan border for the NTPA Spring Nationals, and that is held in the Michiana Event Center, and it's an indoor pull. So I'll be at one here in a few weeks, and it's really interesting. That's really what it is. It's a big, long vacuum tube, and what's interesting is the trucks and tractors are like pretty much set up for it. They just have an extension on their exhaust pipe that kind of goes up and back, and it hooks to the sled behind them and just attaches to their exhaust. And what's really impressive is if you ever get the chance, I went outside behind the building to see where all this was going, and they had at least up at Michiana, they have basically a trailer up there, like a big rig trailer, and it has the largest vacuum fan thing I have ever seen in my life. And it certainly pulls enough to pull all that smoke out of the building and get it outside so you can actually see one of these poles indoors.
I guess without that, the whole venue would be just a big cloud of smoke, right?
Yeah, and actually, I've seen it happen before. Not in person, but I've seen some video where, because sometimes these tractor and truck poles, they get pretty rowdy and start bouncing around a bit. And I've seen them actually toss the exhaust thing off, and just one truck or tractor that kind of really unloads without the vacuum on will cloud up one of those small arenas, and that cloud will linger around in there quite a bit.
Everybody coughing. All right. Well, let me see here. Let me get back to the phones here on a Friday morning. Not catching. Who we got on the line there?
This is Breeze.
Breeze. Hi, Breeze.
Hey, I got to help you out there. I feel sorry for you because, you got to deal with the likes of Jolly Green, Sex Maniac, Gilligan. I give you hands down on that one. I heard earlier that Jolly Green, he's going out east. He's going out west out there in Illinois. He's scared about the ice and snow. He just got called Gilligan, and Gilligan can guide him all the way there. But get to another subject about all those truck fires. Well, we would have less truck fires if people like Jolly Green would quit putting fried chicken on that diesel afterburner they were cooking it.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Gilligan over there leaving his Denny Moore cans at the top of that afterburner. But anyways, enough of that. Steve, how you been doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, can't complain. Yeah, they used to, one year they had no kidding, they actually had a damn grilling on the manifold event down there in Louisville, out in the parking lot. Who could cook the best meal on their manifold?
Well, hell, you got Sex Maniac rolls hot dogs on that thing, so. Them guys, I'm telling you, some of them guys, I feel sorry for you. I usually sit quiet, but I couldn't resist tonight. I know my damn phone's going to ring here in about 10 minutes as soon as I hang up.
So how
Family
about
doing all right, Steve?
Yeah, how about you? What's been going on? Are you gonna try to make it into the show there with all the other cast of characters, or no?
No, I got softball. This is the last year of coaching softball for my daughter. She graduates this year.
Okay.
So it's the last year of coaching. I've coached her all the way through. We do them hitting camps on the weekends, and they play indoor up there at Westchester, up there at wall-to-wall soccer up there, up in Mason.
Mm-hmm.
They do that indoor stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I won't keep you too long. I was just going to get my couple cracks in there before I get yelled at here shortly. So.
I'm sure you'll hear from the whole crew. There you go. All right. Well, be safe out there. Don't be such a stranger. It looks like you hadn't called since back in the summer.
Yeah, it's been a while. I usually sit and listen. Well, Steve, you guys take her easy.
Have a good morning. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. All right. Another product I had kind of a bit of a question about, the LX4, which is a lubricity product, but that's on the fuel side, correct?
That's correct.
So if you're using using everyday diesel treatment or the gasoline extreme, do you need the LX4, or is that already in those products?
That's already in there. Well, actually, we have a different lubricity additive in the diesel extreme, but it is in the LX4. I mean, it is in the EDT. It's in the EDT Winter Defense. It's even in our gasoline extreme. That's the lubricity additive is good for gas or diesel. And, you know, we often say how we fully formulate products with everything all in one. I talked earlier about the 6-in-1 with the diesel treatment, or the 7-in-1 if you include the winter version. The lubricity extreme, the LX4, is just the lubricity additive. It's just the one-trick pony, which kind of goes outside of what we normally do. But the reason why we put that component of a product out as a standalone product is because of the great demand there is right now for lubricity in the fuel. And we also wanted to have a product that could be used both in gas or diesel. And the way I kind of explain it, it's kind of like our FR3 for the fuel side. It really is the best of our technology, the best of our R&D. It is by far the best lubricity additive in the market. It prevents the wear scar in the metal much farther than anything else that we can test. And so we put it in everything. We put it in all of our fuel additives, just like we do with the carbon nanotechnology that we have in our FR3 oil additive. We sell that as a standalone product, so you can add it to your oil of your choice. But if you look at all of our oils, even all of our oil additives, they all have FR3 in it. So it's really the shining star of our fuel side that we use in everything, just like FR3 is used in all of our oil side products.
I know the last few times Chris was able to join us, I know there were some people that were calling about most of the oil, I think, that had been available was on the diesel side for sure, but there were some various weights for the automotive side. And there was one, I can't remember which viscosity it was they were at, that he said they were almost ready with that. Any idea what that would be?
You're talking about a product that we're putting out for the gas side?
For the regular, like, engine oil for the automobiles. There was a certain weight that was not available yet.
Well, it's probably a very lightweight. I don't know specifically which one Chris was referencing, but a lot of the passenger car market now, I mean, really the market in general, even on the diesel side, they're moving down the recommendations to 30 weights rather than a long history of 40 weights. And on the gasoline side, we're seeing very lightweight oil, a lot of 0W20s. I think Toyota's now at like a 0W17. So they're getting to be some very lightweight oils, and a lot of that has to do with the government increasing mandate and regulation on meeting MPG requirements. Easy way to pick up some MPGs is put a lighter weight oil in the engine. It's less resistance, and but at what cost? You don't have as much protection in the lighter weight oil, and that's where the new builds are becoming with such tight tolerances that they can they need a lighter weight oil to get into those tight tolerances and protect them. But in order to give up the protection of a heavier weight oil, you need a better additive package. And that's kind of right where we shine. So a lot of this modern technology, and I'll tell you a lot of the stuff we're doing behind the scenes that we can't really speak of publicly with some of the OEMs and some of the big businesses we're working with, are using technology like FR3 and the ability to provide superior wear protection on the additive side in areas that we used to rely on a heavyweight oil to do most of the protection. So as we go to a lighter weight oil to allow for more efficiency in the engine, we have to make up that protection with a better additive package like FR3.
Very good. All right, we're going to get back to the calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. And by the way, we do have a couple of retail promos going right now. First with Love's Travel Centers around the country. Right now, you can buy 2 of the 32-ounce everyday diesel treatments. You'll receive 800 My Love Rewards points, and that goes through February the 28th, about another 10 days. 2 32-ounce EDTs. Pilot Flying J got a separate promo going there. You get 800 Pilot Flying J My Rewards points when you purchase 2 of the Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense Anti-Gel. You use the QR code at the bottom of the receipt to enter and win a Visa gift card. I'm looking at the promo here, Kyle, so it looks like there's one $250 Visa gift card grand prize winner and 2 first prize winners that'll get a $100 Visa gift card, and that's at the pilot locations around the country. So what's the deal? You get your receipt. What the QR code, is that little square looking thing that you scan with your phone?
Yep, you got it.
Modern technology at its finest. Okay. Let me see here.
For a long time, we've used these QR codes, and you used to have a special app on your phone. Nowadays, pretty much anybody's phone, if you just open up your camera and point, it takes you right there. They're all automated now, so it's pretty nice.
Well, that's what we had last year. The cards you had printed up with the QR code where you could download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app, right?
Yep, exactly.
We're going to have some of those cards back with us this year, right?
Yep, absolutely. We should also mention something about the Matt Show. I want to give it a shout-out to our friends at Bostrom. We're going to have 3 seats out there once again that we're going to be giving away to 3 lucky winners. And I think they're just about to put up, if they haven't already, I know the sweepstakes entries are about to go up. So I know we'll have your butt in one of them at the Matt Show, and our guest chairs for our guests that will be coming on to join you. We'll be sitting in the other 2 Bostrom seats, and we'll have 3 lucky winners that will have a nice new seat for the rig.
I had forgot all about asking you about that. Yeah, so is this last year we had the, what was it? The ability for people that maybe could not make it to the show to register from the Overnight Drive Radio website. And we gave, I think, 1 seat to one that had registered anywhere around the country. Then the other 2 were given to individuals that actually registered there during the 3 days of the show. Is that the plan, you think, or?
Absolutely. Yep. We're going to make sure that you don't have to be at the show to win one, because we know not everybody can make it. So I think they're working on it now. I don't know the details, but I think you're right. We'll probably put it on the page on your website there so that people can log on. And I'm sure it'll be one of those things where you can get multiple entries and everybody can get their name thrown in the hat. And then if you're at the show, you can register at the show as well, and we'll be giving some away to not only people that are at Matt's, but some of our listeners on the air. We'll get one of the seats shipped out to them.
Okay, so now it's. Have you been in contact with Mr. Brunetti? We got some audio. He's getting prepared, or do you know?
Yeah, we've both been very busy. I ran into Michael down at that Heavy Duty Aftermarket Week show in Texas. Didn't know he was going to be there. Bostrom had a display there, and we were kind of on the opposite side of the hall, and I kind of was just walking around looking at it. It was my first time there, and what do you know, there's Michael. So, and I'm not going to spoil any of their thunder, but they also had a couple of new products. They were kind of on display there at the Heavy Duty Aftermarket show that I think, well, and I told them, I said, hey, these would be some cool things to give away to some listeners too. So we're going to look at that, and I'll let them roll out what kind of the new product lines they're kind of bringing out. But got some other things probably in the works. So
we're going to definitely have our seats to give away, like we've done numerous times before. Maybe some other goodies as well. All right. Hold that thought. Pause there. I believe Gilligan hang in there. That's Shadow Chaser. And lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The Boston Celtics are removing the interim tag from head coach Joe Mazzulla. He not only is now the team's full-time head coach, but he received a contract extension as well. He was named the team's interim coach in September after Ime Udoka was suspended for the entire season due to multiple team rule violations. Mazzulla has helped Boston to the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. A suspended state attorney in Florida is asking the state's highest court to reinstate him. Andrew Warren from Hillsborough County, home to Tampa, filed a petition with the Florida Supreme Court arguing the justices should put him back in office. The move comes after a federal judge said he was powerless to reinstate Warren, even though he ruled Republican Governor Ron DeSantis broke both state and federal law when he suspended Warren. Earlier this week, Warren appealed the decision to a federal appeals court in Atlanta. DeSantis ousted Warren in August, claiming he refused to enforce certain laws. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, just got a memo heat wave posted there. If you're one of those that have to fuel up at Love's Travel Centers, yeah, out west, the Love's in Williams, Arizona is closed due to a power outage. So he said, if you're needing to get fuel, get your fuel in either Kingman or Joseph City, Arizona, if you're one that uses the Love's fuel stops. Appreciate the heads up there. All right, quick, speaking of Louisville, Mid-America Truck Show, they tell us broker transparency is expected to be a hot topic at this year's Mid-America Truck Show. The FMCSA and the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association each plan to lead seminars involving brokers at the show, March 30th through April 1st at the Kentucky Expo Center there in Louisville. The FMCSA scheduled to present a seminar on broker regulations 10 a.m. Eastern Time Friday, March 31. It's room B104 at the Expo Center. OOIDA's Gary Wright is planned to provide advice on how to deal with brokers at 9:45 a.m. Eastern on Saturday, final day of the show on the Pro Talks stage in the East Hall. The discussion regarding brokers really heated up a couple of years ago when OOIDA petitioned the agency for more transparency in transactions with brokers. The petition asked the FMCSA to require brokers to automatically provide an electronic copy of each transaction record within 48 hours after the contractual service has been completed, and also to prohibit brokers from including any provision that requires a carrier to waive their rights to access to the transaction records. That's the loophole that many, what they accuse to be unscrupulous brokers, have been kind of putting in the fine print of contracts for years. You're waiving your right to see. Now, they say Regulation CFR 371.3 already requires that brokers keep records of each transaction with the carrier and that each party to the transaction has a right to view those records. So the recommendation from OOIDA was to enhance compliance with 371.3. All right, it's not an attempt to control rates or impose burdensome requirements, but would simply ensure that carriers have access to the documents that they have a right to see according to the regulations. So kind of, I guess, making it illegal to put that fine print of waiving your rights. All right, would that be Gilligan, I do believe?
Yeah, it's Gilligan driving up 220 eating my racing cups.
There you go.
It's raining. It's here raining in Martinsville though. Now, so I guess they ain't racing down there at the Speedway. I just went through there about 5 minutes ago. It's been about a mile the edge of this place. Yeah, I would touch on a couple of things. I've been told that's bad, yes. I think I might have to find a different way of saying that, to be honest. Breeze was there talking about that cooking on the manifold. Do you remember years ago somebody put out a cookbook on how to cook on your manifold? That you put your food like in aluminum foil pans, put it on your manifold and drive so many miles.
Right.
You remember that, Steve?
It seems like I do kind of vaguely remember that, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, I always thought. You know, I never bought the cookbook. I've never cooked on the manifold, but it's easy to see why that would work with the amount of heat generated, you know. I mean, I'm not an old timer, though, you know. I mean, I've been out here a while, but I'm not one of these, you know, I'm not one of these guys that's been drove machine-driven trucks, you know what I mean? We ain't quite that old.
Right.
Look, Howard, it's good to talk to you again. I gotta say, I put that ship restore that old junky F-150 of mine, and it really done a lot of work. It done a lot. It helped that truck a lot with shifting. It had gotten really rough as it's shifting, and maybe not even it hesitate to shift a little bit. And my truck's got like 158,000 on it, but I can really tell a difference with that ship restore in there. It's a great product. I mean, I've used I've used your products in that pickup, and it's used them in several different things. And it seems to be really helping my old pickup out. Now, if Chris could figure out something I could pour on there, filling them holes in the body, it'd be good. That'd be good. It'd be good, but I don't think there's any such thing that could do that. You know? Hey,
well, that's good
Kyle,
to hear.
Yeah, Kyle, you know anything about how the tire hog's coming? Any word on that?
Funny you ask. When I was on the road there in January for a bit, I came back to the office and front parking lot was full, and I pulled around back to park, and I look up, and I had to take a double take because the tire hog was gone. And I hadn't heard anything about it. And I went inside, and I said, does anybody know that tire hog's gone? I hope it didn't get stolen somehow. But apparently they have it up back at the manufacturing plant that originally put it together for a couple repairs. I know there was from what Kevin Adams told me in R&D, there was a issue with the belt that fed the chunks of tire to the microwave side of it, that it was just kind of getting backed up with the rubber, and they felt that it needed a different type of belt on it to make it a more efficient system. And I guess Chris and Kevin were kind of banging their head against the wall about different ways to fix it, and they said, you know what, it's better to pack her up, send it back out to the big boy manufacturing side of things, to just clean up the belt and get that fixed so that they can continue on their getting it set up. So it's all for repairs right now, as best I know.
Okay. I was wondering about that. That's a neat piece of machinery. I'm surprised it hasn't caught on more. You know, I mean, it seems like it's a very good way to get rid of these old tires. I know plus get something out of it. I mean, tire waste is a serious problem. I don't know about out there, but around where I live, sometimes you can get rid of tires at the landfill, but not always, and they charge you to take them. You know, you've got your tires replaced, they'll take them with a fee and stuff like that. But if we can find a use for them, which it seems like you all have, hey, guess what? There goes that. It gets rid of the waste that's obviously harmful to our environment and all that. Well, that's about all I got. I hope everybody has a safe weekend. And yes, Kyle, I am coming to Louisville, but me and Heatwave staying in the same motel. It's on the east side of Louisville, so that Holiday Inn out there may not be the same after we leave, you know. So, everybody,
well, we look forward
y'all
to
have a
seeing
good
you.
weekend. Hey, looking forward to meeting you.
All right. See you there. Thank you, Gilligan. Have a good weekend. Safe travels. All right. Yeah, hail, the gang's all here, heading to Louisville this year.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Have you heard any further, again, I mean, we were talking, I think last week about the OEMs, because I don't believe most of the OEMs were there last year. Do you know if they're going to be there for this year's show?
You know, I don't know. I kind of was talking to you about that last time, and I just actually, when I had the website pulled up, I was kind of rolling through the vendors that are going to be there, and I noticed quite a few that I've got some good relations with that I'd love to get on the program, so I'm going to reach out to them next week and see if I can't get a few of these guys to come over to sit down with you while we're there.
Yeah.
But as I was scrolling through, I did recognize a couple big names. I saw Kenworth had 2 or 3 booths. I didn't really dial down to the map to see how large they were.
Okay.
But I saw a couple of the bigger names there. But I remember looking at the map, I didn't see any just large, big areas where they're kind of together. So I'm not sure. I did see some names, though.
I mean, some of them used to, would they be like 50 by 50 booths or something? Does that sound about like what they would have?
Oh, no, I imagine they're much larger than that.
Larger than that, okay.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way, we've got a 60 by 20, and when I was talking to Joel about getting his truck in there, it measures 30 feet, without a trailer, so you're talking a good 30 by 10 spot just for, the cab side. So
wow.
I imagine those big spots are just enormous.
What do you reckon one of them booths cost there, Kyle?
Oh, but I'll tell you what. since nobody's listening, we talked about, when we were budgeting this year, going much bigger for Matt. So we put a big chunk of money in the budget, knowing that we were going to go with the bigger booth, and we used a lot of that budget up with the booth. And then, we kind of ran into some of these ancillary costs, and one is carpet. I don't even want to tell you how much we are paying to have carpet laid in our booth. It made me a little sick. So I can't imagine what those giant booths cost. It's just really, really impressive. So, but we're pot committed, as they say in poker. So I said, go ahead and lay the carpet, and I'll just kind of cringe and bear it. But you know what? It makes me feel good that we're going bigger, and I keep, and all the calls tonight, everyone that's going to be there. So I think that's great. We got the support out there from all the listeners, and hope to see a lot of them out there. So, what's money? We can make some more money.
I mean, you mentioned the fact that for that price, it's astronomical. Do you get to keep the carpet at the end of the show?
No, you don't.
That is insane.
Yeah, and you know what the funny part was? I don't mind saying this. I'm sure someone can look it up and see. We first calculated the carpet price based on the square footage of the booth that we had last time, and from the carpet listing we had last time. So, and that came out to be about, I think, $1,500 or something that we were expecting to pay. And that's just a rental carpet. That's just for them to come lay a piece of carpet down, and, they keep it. But when they got back to us and they said, yeah, your carpet's at a different rate now because you've reached over 50 feet of booth space. And once you get past that, it's at a different rate.
Oh, so we're going to save money, right? It costs less, huh?
Yeah, right. So I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to get a discount. And then they hit me with the bill. I think it was $5,500 or something like that. So, yeah, crazy money.
Wow.
But right. I'll tell you what, I'm going to try to roll that carpet up and run out of there. So if any of you guys out there want to help me, I'm going to try to sneak that out the back door and throw it on my trailer.
No doubt. All right. Well, we'll pause there for station identification. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So it looks like this past day, the annual list of top truck stops in North America was released by Trucker Path. This is based on feedback from drivers who use the Trucker Path app. The 2022 top 100 truck stops. Truckers Path driver community include both the chain and the independent facilities. They're looking at who has the best parking, best food, other amenities. This recognition means that they are the best of the best among places for drivers to stop based on their offerings and the top-notch customer service they provide. Trucker Path says 8.5 million in-app ratings, reviews, and driver feedback were used to compile the list, so there's a lot of feedback. Let's break down. Let's start with for the independent truck stop, just the top 5. And surprisingly, at number 5, Iowa 80, the Walcott. They're in Walcott, Iowa. Yeah, world's largest truck stop. So they're in the top 5, but barely at number 5. Yeah, it was better than the world's largest truck stop. 4th place, the Pinehurst Gas and Go, Pinehurst, Georgia. 3rd place, Stone's Truck Stop, Watertown, South Dakota. Number 2, Burt's Travel Plaza, Wellsville, Kansas. And number 1, first place among the independent truck stops, Rainbow Truckers Lounge, West Wendover, Nevada. Now, when it comes to the chain truck stops, top 5, you've got, number 5, Roadstar Travel Center, Jarrell. Number 17, Jarrell, Texas. Number 4, the TA Express in Vermilion, in Burbank, South Dakota. Number 3, Workman's Travel Center, Ozark, in Ozark, Arkansas. Number 2 spot, the Love's Travel Stop, number 827, Moses Lake, Washington. And number 1, the Quick Star, number 1071 in Davenport, Iowa. Guessing those must really be the best of the best based on the rankings there. So I was really kind of surprised with the Iowa 80 not even being at, I thought they'd be at number 1. But all right, would that be Shadow Chaser?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Kyle.
Morning.
Morning.
Hey, Kyle, you ever get down there to the truck drag races down there you have every year?
Where at?
Hagerstown, New Jersey.
Oh, not for a couple of years. A couple of years back, they actually had a lot of the big rig races there as well. And I know they kind of closed up some of that, and I haven't been back since.
Yeah, a good friend of mine, he had a little green KW there. He went my hot dog,
He do that 100 miles an hour, and that quarter mile is KW.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Well, 100 mile an hour and quarter mile, that's pretty good for a big truck, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they race anything, garbage trucks, dump trucks, and everything else out there in New Jersey. So are you ready for the weekend, Steve?
Ready or not, I guess. Here it comes here. It'll be here before you know it.
Yeah. I was saying about Christmas, I just come up to the door and it rained like cats and dogs down here this morning.
Yeah, I know it's raining down there on her family. Yep, big time.
Hey, I seen dandelions come up down there in Georgia here today. Dandelions.
Dandelions? Really?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, believe it or not, some of the bulb flowers in my little flower bed are with these above normal. We were at 70 degrees a couple of days ago. I think they call them the buttercups or whatever, little lily-looking things. They're about 3 inches out of the ground. I have a sneaky suspicion here in the next week or two they're going to get froze out. A lot of the trees are already budding. Are you seeing buds on some of the trees there in Columbus yet?
Seeing some, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's way too early for those, and especially for some of like the fruit trees, the pears and whatnot. They're going to blossom out and get froze out. All right, got about a minute before news update, so Eskimo Mom is back on board. If you can hang in there, we'll get to you right out of the break. Got updates. Again, I didn't even get to the rest of the story. Another train derailment occurring yesterday. Thursday morning, Van Buren Township, just outside of Detroit, Michigan. Despite one of the cars carrying hazardous material, apparently it did not rupture, so it is not being described as a hazmat situation. At least 7 cars derailed in that accident. No evidence of exposed hazardous material, and no train cars containing hazardous material were compromised. But a statement released from Representative Dingle there in Michigan. We're in touch with the relevant authorities, including the EPA. At this time, no one's aware of the release of any hazardous materials. The hazmat car has been put upright, so I guess it did derail and overturn, but it's in the process of being removed from the area of the other derailed cars, according to the EPA. So there you go. Same company, Norfolk Southern, same involved in that nasty situation over there in East Palestine, Ohio. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Final hour coming up next.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Former Vice President Mike Pence is calling President Biden's briefing on UFOs too little too late. On Thursday, the president spoke on recent aerial objects that have been shot down over the past few weeks. After the briefing, Pence went on Fox News and said the 2-week span between the first object appearing and Biden's remarks was unacceptable. He also questioned why Biden allowed the first aerial balloon to travel across the U.S. before it was shot down. During his speech, Biden said the 3 objects shot out of the sky last weekend were tied to private companies, recreation, or weather research.
We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country.
Former Vice President Mike Pence says he'll be filing a subpoena to testify before a grand jury investigating former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 election. The Republican who is weighing a run for president in 2024 called the subpoena unprecedented and unconstitutional. The death penalty won't be used as long as Josh Shapiro is governor of Pennsylvania.
At its core, for me, this is a fundamental statement of morality, of what is right and what is wrong, in my humble opinion.
That's what the Democrat declared as he said no execution warrants will be issued while he's in office. He also called on lawmakers to send him a bill that permanently gets rid of the death penalty. The 5 officers charged for murdering Tyree Nichols are set to appear in court today.
They were fired after footage was released of Nichols being beaten after a traffic stop in January, eventually dying 3 days later. 2 Shelby County, Tennessee Sheriff's Office deputies were suspended this week in connection with the death of Nichols. The 5 officers involved, part of a now disbanded Scorpion unit in the Memphis Police Department. I'm Ryan Daniels.
This is USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get, and as fast as possible?
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that, but the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps, and you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Kevin Durant was introduced as a member of the Phoenix Suns for the first time on Thursday. Durant says joining Devin Booker, Chris Paul, and DeAndre Ayton was what lured him to Phoenix.
I'm excited I'm here. I'm looking forward to trying to add as much as I can to the group already. Like I said, they built themselves up and built the structure and the infrastructure up for themselves already, and I'm looking forward to adding to it.
The 13-time All-Star was formally introduced after being acquired from the Brooklyn Nets at the trade deadline last week. Durant also said that he believes the Suns have all the pieces to be successful. There were more than 3,000 fans in attendance at the Footprint Center to welcome the former league MVP to the city. Durant continues to rehab from an MCL injury that he sustained last month. The timeline on his return to the court remains unclear. Durant said he's very grateful for the warm welcome, but it's time to get to work.
I know I've done a lot of good things in basketball, but I haven't done them yet in the Suns jersey, and I'm looking forward to doing it. So I want to go out there and do as most as I can and be the best that I can every day for you guys. So I appreciate the warm welcome, but I got more work to do.
Michigan State is planning to resume athletics this weekend following the on-campus shooting that killed 3 students and wounded 5 others earlier this week. The women's basketball team will be hosting Maryland at the Breslin Center on Saturday, while the men's team travels to take on Michigan in Ann Arbor. The university's athletic director, Alan Haler, after consulting with student athletes and mental health professionals, the decision was made that a return to practice and competition is a crucial part of their recovery. I'm Julio Flores, USA.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store. But then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Get our final hour underway on a Friday. So here we go. It's 844-844-3388. All right, told Eskimo Mom we'd get her right out of the break, so let's jump right into it. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. Hi, Kyle. I want to apologize for having to drop off earlier, but I had to go to work and drop and hook a trailer and get my return trailer and head back up north.
Got your priorities. Work is first. I get it. No problem.
Yes, sir. And it's down to I'm over here. We're not too far. We're 64 and 231 meet in southern Indiana. It's down to 35 degrees. It's dropped over. It's dropped over about 25 degrees since I left for work last night.
Isn't that something? Yep.
And that yeah. And I've already seen some of that white crap. I was hoping not to see. That's going to be the unmentionable word that if I do mention it, I will have to have my mouth washed out with soap.
Right.
But the wind is still kicking up down here. It's I've been pulling these drive-in trailers the last couple of days, with bringing them back with hardly anything on them. So when this wind has been a crosswind, and they got the fairings on there. So when this wind picks up, these trailers become like sailboats, and it makes it very, very hard to keep it on the road sometimes.
Yeah. Have the winds calmed down a little yet, or it's still blowing?
Still blowing pretty good, but I think it's kind of calmed down a little bit where I'm at right now. But I haven't gotten into some of the. I won't find out till I get to 71 and 75 how it's going to be.
Right.
In the more open areas up there, because the wind was blowing pretty good up in that area when I was coming down here earlier.
So, any plans? I was going to say for your weekend, but you don't have a regular weekend. You got a couple of days to go, right?
Yes, sir. I work tomorrow night and I work Saturday night. I get Sundays and Mondays off. And basically, it's just my normal stuff. Sundays I'm too tired to do anything. Mondays I got to get all my errands done and grocery shopping, all that stuff. And Tuesdays I've got my housework and anything else I need to get done. Then I go back to work Tuesday night.
All right. Well, I guess we could kind of say happy hump day for you then.
Yes, sir. And happy Friday to everybody that has a regular week.
All right. Well, I appreciate you checking in this morning, Eskimo Mom. Be safe out there. And, when your weekend rolls around, enjoy that. Because we won't talk to you till you get back on the road next week.
Nope. And it's supposed to be a little chilly this weekend. We're supposed to get our reality check.
I hear that. Yeah. I don't think we're going to warm up. As we're going down, I think it's going to stay like that, and we're going to get even colder tonight.
Yeah, I'm thinking like low 20s up where I live, And when you're all mentioning about the trees and the flowers and stuff like that, my daffodils are poking up. The little leaves are just poking up a couple of inches, and I'm going, not too good for them daffodils.
No.
But I worry more about my peach tree, because I have an ornamental peach tree. If it blooms too early, then it's gonna literally like suck. It's not gonna look really, really good. And it's just going to, and if it tries to get any fruit, it's just that fruit's not going to be good at all.
Wow. All right. Well, good to hear from you, Eskimo Mom. Thank you for checking in, and we'll chat next week. All right, Kyle, let's move over to, they've revamped, I believe, here fairly recently, the gasoline Extreme. Is that a every fill-up product, or like every third fill-up? What's the breakdown on that? We still got Kyle. Did we lose Kyle? All right, looks like we might have lost. Oh, there you are. Oh, you might have muted the phone.
No, I was just late for my bathroom break.
Yeah, business, priorities. All right. I said, I don't know whether you caught. Gasoline Extreme was the next product I was going to move to. You've revamped the Gasoline Extreme, correct?
Yeah, we've added LX4 to it. So, as kind of mentioned earlier, that's our magic sauce for all the fuel additives for the lubricity side of things. So, that gets that wear scar down even more, which means we're protecting the metal components of the fuel system to prolong the life of those. And also, as I mentioned previously, we have the new bottle design out now for the 12-ounce bottle. It now has the long neck, which makes the application easy for really any tank, but specifically the ones that don't have the capless fuel doors in the modern vehicles.
The other question I asked was, is the gasoline, is that an every fill-up kind of thing, or what's the every second or third? How often should you use that?
Well, we recommend, I believe, every 10,000 miles to use Gasoline Extreme.
Okay.
It is not designed to be in every tank usage. Similar to our Diesel Extreme product, has the 6 components, as I mentioned earlier, that you see in EDT. It just has a very high concentration of the injector cleaner. So that's designed to be every 6,000 miles or so. So like that on the diesel side, that's what we have on the gasoline side, is a periodic, really deep cleanse. Now, that being said, when we first were testing the product, we did a 1,000-car blind study with some placebos, with some competitor products, and a couple formulations of the Gasoline Extreme. The results showed pretty much a strong trend line based on the age of the vehicle that was being tested, which makes a lot of sense. The older the vehicle, the dirtier the fuel system probably is, so the more it would benefit from a real full tank clean out. And we saw larger mile per gallon gains on pretty much the older the vehicle was and the dirtier it was, which made a lot of sense, of course. And but what we did also notice that kind of was more than just an outlier in the study was that we were even seeing some mile per gallon gains on newer vehicles. And theoretically, if you were to take a brand new vehicle off the lot and put Gasoline Extreme in it, it really shouldn't do much because it's really designed to be a deep cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a brand new clean system, why are we seeing some mileage gains with it? And what we found out is a lot of that can be attributed to the lubricity additive in it really acting as an upper cylinder lubricant. As we know, the engine oil is lubricating the cylinder on the bottom side of that ring. Well, on the fuel side, on the top side there, adding that lubricity just adds more lubrication for the ring on the other side. So that gives it even more less resistance, so you make better gains out of it. And now that we've added LX4 to Gasoline Extreme, it's even more so getting a gain on that upper cylinder side. So that's kind of where the chemistry is at right now, is we're looking at more of an everyday gasoline product.
Mm-hmm.
But we're only going to do it if we can really show a gain every day on that. And right now that's kind of where the testing's at, and where why we're seeing some gain outside of just cleaning the system.
So it's more along, it's based on, I guess, the cost. Is it going to be cost effective to put something in every fill up, right? If you can improve fuel economy enough, to counter the cost, it's worth it.
Exactly. And that's what we see on the diesel side with the price of diesel still being so expensive. I mean, it's just an easy payback on the diesel side with the gains that we get just out of the cetane boost and the injector cleaner, keeping the mile per gallon up. All the extra benefits you get with the lubricity and everything is just a bonus. On the gas side, it's a tougher gain there. So yeah, if it's financially important to keep the lubricity in there to get the gain, then yeah, we'll put the product out. If not, it will die. It will die in the lab, and we're happy to do that because we're not going to put a product out that we really can't stand behind. So the science continues, and we'll see where it ends up.
See what Buster has going on here. Morning, Buster.
Hello, Steve. Happy weekend to you, bud.
Yeah, almost.
Hey, Kyle, last year I was at the show there, and you handled my cell, and you told me about the gas strip. You said just cut it down because it's a little bit stronger, and it'll go as far, So I appreciate that, bro. Good stuff. Kyle, I've been in touch with the folks over at Louisville for the last few months, just trying to help them out, help me out, because I'm big in the wellness part of it. I got Dr. John was one of my customers until I got this new loop out there in Pigeon Forge with Buster Brown. But I'd like to see if you guys would ask them if they could get that radio station out of Dallas, out of Houston, Texas, that we're on. I'm talking about Steve. I think it'd be good if they could have their booth, if they're all going to be there, to have their booth within striking distance of you guys' operations at the show. I think we all should be together so everybody could promote each other off the our business interests.
I know they're going to be there somewhere. I have no idea where they're going to be located. I don't know that they're going to have a booth. I think Captain Kirk just kind of wanders around with his wagon interviewing people all over the show. And
okay.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle, I'll see you on Friday this year. I got one of my brothers going to come with me, and we're going to get a hotel room and be there for 2 days with our walking shoes on. And I'm going to see if I can get me a copy of the booklets a week earlier, pay shipping, and mark down all the exhibits, or like some of the drivers have been telling me. But I'm really looking forward to seeing all the faces and the voices this year more so. So that's all I got for you. Thank you for Hot Shot.
Thank you, Buster.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you.
Yeah, once again, there you go, Buster Brown. It is 844-844-3388. So we've got lines wide open, and we'll return after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall, Kyle, one of the goals of being in Louisville, of course, exhibiting like that, we have product available to sell. You take a little bit of everything down to the big show, and of course, a lot of times, if you're going to be purchasing several gallons of product, you offer the opportunity to just place the order, pay there, and then they can have it shipped to their home. And a lot of times it might be there even before they get back to the home 20 from the show. And you also have what you're trying to get, like, what is it, fleets to join in. And because if you're going to purchase in bulk, like anything else, the more the spend, the more you can save. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. And this year with the larger booth, we're going to have we're still laying out the booth, but we're going to have a kind of a bigger storage center in the middle. So we're going to bring a lot more product out this year too. So for those that want to go home with it in hand, we'll have plenty of product on site, and we'll be giving out free samples of our everyday diesel treatment too. So everybody that comes by the booth will get free additive enough to treat 100 gallons of fuel so they can try the product out. We'll have all of our product on a great discount that I can't even give you the percentage here on air, but it'll be a very tempting discount to stock up for those of you that have already tried the product and like it. And then for those out there with a fleet, or, and a fleet to us is anything from 3 trucks or more, so agriculture, farm operations, we have a great fleet program that you can sign up for and have a discount on our products every time you purchase.
So if I'm coming by the booth, say, at noon or 1 in the afternoon, and I'm going to still be doing a lot of walking around, can I go ahead and take care of my order and then leave it there at the booth? You're going to have a place to put it, and then I can come back when I'm leaving to say 4 or 5 o'clock, so I don't have to carry it around all day?
Yep, absolutely. We're very conscious that we got a heavy product. It's not fun to carry jugs around with you. So we'll be happy to bag it up and have your name on it. And if you remember, I don't know, from last year, Steve, kind of at the end of the day there, we've got that side door by us on the back side of the building. So it's even convenient to leave it in the booth and bring your car or truck around the back, and we're kind of right by a little exit door there.
Just a few feet from the big rolling door. Yeah, back there by back by the horse stalls, if memory serves.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me see here. I believe Scarecrow is online. Morning, Scarecrow. Happy Friday.
Oh, yeah, it would be. Happy Friday. Regarding indoor tractor pulling, them vacuum systems, no doubt improved over the years and whatnot. It's been quite some time since I've experienced indoors, but man, if you got the smokers, if that hood fails a little bit, I think you maybe touched on it earlier, it doesn't take much smoke to fill an arena. Then if you happen to have the modifieds or even the alcohol burning tractors involved, you throw them alcohol fumes in with some diesel smoke their way. You'd be happy you brought some Visine with. You get the full experience. You want to stay away from the rafter section there, I'll tell you that much. Kyle, a question about gasoline specifically for you. We've often talked about the shelf life, so to speak, of ethanol, blended gasoline. Figure roughly after 30 days, that quality, starts slipping away. What's your thoughts on the premium, fuels that don't have the ethanol in them? Up our way, we have it's referred to as recreational. It's technically not meant for motor vehicles, but most everybody runs it in their bikes and lawnmowers and that type of thing. Is there a longer shelf life, so to speak, on the premium non-ethanol type of product?
Well, I can't give you an educated answer on that. I really almost wish Bob was on with me from last time from Staybill, because he's really an expert on that side of things. But I can tell you this: the ethanol really brings moisture into the equation, which can promote oxidation even quicker. So theoretically, I can see that without the ethanol, you might have a little longer stability before that fuel starts to oxidize. That all said, it's not going to be much. And I remember last time I was on, when Bob was on from Staybill, he kind of mentioned how that that 30-day window there. So I don't know the answer to that exactly how much longer, but I'm guessing it's not going to be too much longer.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's kind of universal. Everybody's aware of the alcohol, it attracts moisture and whatnot. But I thought, well, I got my opportunity here. I better throw it at you anyway.
Well, I'll take it to homework, so I'll get back to you on that one.
Oh, all right. Steve, now this one's for you and actually everybody. You remember last night, Monkey Gouger, he made it known that he'd been to the State House and got to raise his gavel and such. And if you remember, I speculated there's probably was a photo or two taken of that moment. Now, you may have to fill Kyle in for the details or whatever here, but have you seen, there was a photo that came out. I got one on my end. I speculate you've probably seen that same shot, have you not?
I saw a photo of he and the better half. Well, there's actually several photos I'm seeing there in front of the State House. I just found those. I had only seen the one initially, but hey, I got to pause there. Hold that thought.
USA News Update. Tim McCarver, the All-Star catcher and Hall of Fame broadcaster who during 60 years in baseball won 2 World Series with the St. Louis Cardinals and had a long run as one of the country's most recognized, incisive, and talkative television commentators, died Thursday. He was 81. McCarver's death was announced by baseball's Hall of Fame, which said he died which said he died Thursday morning due to heart failure in Memphis, Tennessee, where he was with his family. A Polish mother of 7 has successfully given birth to premature quintuplets. Hospitals officials in southern Poland said Tuesday a Polish mother of 7 has successfully given birth to premature quintuplets. The 2 boys and 3 girls were born through cesarean section on Sunday in the pregnancy's 28th week at the University Hospital in Krakow. They were put into incubators and given breathing support, but doctors say they're all doing fine given their premature birth. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let me see where we leave off. We left off with Scarecrow. And prior to your call, I had only seen one photo, and that was he and his better half out in front of the state capitol. Refresh my memory. I mean, he said something about he had plans over the weekend, and he gets a phone call, and he said, we need him here at the State House. What did they need him for? What was it?
Well, I was hoping you could refresh our memory on that part. In fact, he said he was on board earlier on. Maybe he's still out there that he could chime in here. But either way, he wound up at the State House. They asked him if he wanted to wield the gavel.
Yes.
And he jumped at that chance, remember? And I thought, God, there's a photo op. Well, that's the shot that I got last night. He sent me it. He's standing there with a huge grin in front of up on the platform up there, and he's got that big wooden hammer swinging through the air, and a few other facts. I think that was his bride that was probably joining him there.
I scrolled down. I see that there. I had not. So yeah, they actually got photographic proof. And it looks like they took him for a tour, like up in the top. I guess he was up toward the top of the Capitol building there.
Yeah, well, now see, to me that looks like perfect campaign poster material.
Yeah.
I said, man, that boy, he could be the Speaker of the House or better. Well, I have not gone one-on-one with him yet over this, and he's going to be a hard sell. He talks about retirement, but I think if we remind him that as soon as his foot steps across that threshold, he instantly becomes a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
That just might be enough to swing it there. So myself as a self-appointed campaign manager, I'll be glad to lead the charge, but we're going to need a treasurer because no doubt once word gets out about this, and as I said last night, Louisville would be the perfect time for him to announce that. The funds are just going to come flooding in, and I don't know if maybe Inbred Redneck or you could probably come up with a couple others too. That although if they tend to frequent the casinos, maybe that's not such a good idea. But so either way, there's some fuel for thought for everyone concerned here. And Monkey Gouger, if you're out there, you you really give this some serious thought. But either way, I think maybe forward that gavel picture there to Kyle there, Steve. I think he might appreciate it too.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I guess I haven't spoke direct. Is he planning on being at the show this year? Normally he is.
Yeah, a couple weeks back he brought it up, and he said he generally always tries to go. He asked about myself, and as much as I wanted to, I can definitely say no. No, now it's confirmed that daughter-in-law, granddaughter, they'll make it from Korea, I think, on the 24th.
Oh.
And then Brandon, he'll arrive on the 27th. So I probably best if I don't abandon the family and
all right.
hang with the trucking world there, Steve. So, but regardless, I'm sure there'll be photos and memories to be made by everybody else, and they'll make their way around. So, but that's all I really had for you. But as you obviously see, I saved the best for last. So.
Okay.
We'll work on it over the weekend and catch up next week.
Thank you very much.
Good chat,
all right.
Kyle. Take care. Thank you.
All right. Hey, someone earlier brought up the Shift Restore product. We hadn't really broke that down a whole lot. Tell the listeners which vehicles that's good for and what it actually does, and I can vouch for it.
Yeah, that's a great product. It's formerly our early fans called it Transmission Stiction Eliminator. It was later renamed Shift Restore. What are the unique parts of this? It's a transmission fluid additive designed to clean and protect. What's unique about that a lot of people don't know is that is just a really high-end Group 5 ester. Nothing more to it. There's nothing in that product other than one really ingredient, and It's a very high-end ester that can get in and kind of does what we do with friction eliminator in the engine. It does with the transmission, and it's only for automatic transmissions. And as you know, if you've ever seen like a valve body or inside a transmission, there's a lot of tight tolerances and little nooks and crannies, and it's very easy to get some varnish buildup in there. And I definitely advise people since transmission fluid is not changed that often, if you've got 100,000 miles on a vehicle and you're looking to change the trans fluid, I highly recommend throwing a bottle of Shift Restore in there, 5,000 miles before you change. And it's going to get that entire transmission nice and cleaned out. So when you go to put in new fluid, you've got nice internals. And the product's just not used preventatively as much as it probably should, because most people find the product when they're having a problem. And then once they have a problem, slip shifting, rough shifting, sticky shifting, they find the product and it's great and they start using it in other vehicles. But it just seems to be one of those products that people get first introduced to it when they have a problem. And it's great for that. But like I said, it's a great preventative product too.
The reason I wanted to bring that up is my daughter here, I guess a month or two ago, got a new car. She got a Nissan Sentra, and I had some callers to the program saying, "Be careful, Steve. Be careful. The Nissan Sentra has a history of transmission issues." Now she's not having any issues, but something called a CVT transmission, continuously variable transmission, which I had never heard of, and I did a little research, and they said the CVTs are known to be notoriously unreliable. Is the Shift Restore something that I need to get her to put in that vehicle?
Absolutely, and Shift Restore is acceptable in CVT transmissions, and they do have a bad name to them. Not all of them, but they can be problematic. And like I said, before you have a problem, it's a great preventative product that will. It's polarized. So it's attracted to metal. So when you have some buildup and varnish on there, it's going to fight to get to the metal and reliquefy that old burnt varnished oil. So it comes out when you change your oil. Well, if you put it in a new vehicle like that with the CVT, it's going to get right to that metal and bond to it and keep that varnish from building up and prevent it from happening before you have a problem. So I absolutely would protect that transmission with the bottle, and they're very affordable too. I think for that transmission to probably be, maybe no more than $10 or $15 a product would cover that transmission.
Probably like if I had a 16-ounce bottle, like what do you think? Half a bottle maybe put in it, kind of thing.
Somewhere around there. Yeah. I think a 16-ounce bottle treats 10 gallons, or 10 quarts of trans fluid. So I can't imagine her transmissions even that big. So, yeah, very affordable. We're talking really cheap insurance for an expensive component if you have a problem. So,
is it the kind of thing that I would have her put in and run it for a while, then maybe do what do they? And I don't even know anymore. Do they still have where they drop the pan and put? You get about half new fluid. Is that, or should we just put it in and let her run it?
Yeah, just put her in and let her run it. You can do a transmission service, which, like you said, would be just kind of dropping the pan and filter, and you're not going to get all the trans fluid out of it. There's still going to be some in the torque converter and everything. But if she's got a new vehicle, there's no reason to open up that transmission right now.
That's the idea. It's new to her. I think it's got 100. I can't remember 100 and something. It was in the low 100 and something thousand miles on it. But because that's all she could afford. Yeah, it's got over 100,000 on it.
Okay, so that's a little bit of a different story. In that case, I would probably put, kind of advise like I just did. I'd probably put a bottle in now and have her get some miles on it to start that cleaning. And it's a good time to change that trans fluid, especially if you don't know the service history, because as you've probably heard before, once trans fluid's in there a long time, you've kind of gone past that change interval. It's not always good to change that trans fluid. You kind of got to ride it out. So if it's a new to her vehicle, I would go ahead, throw a bottle in, put about 5,000 miles on it, and let's dump that and put some fresh trans fluid in there.
Yeah. See, I mean, I had a question mark when I was trying to advise her about getting the vehicle. We got like the Carfax thing. The first original owner had a great record of servicing the vehicle. Then owner number 2 put about 30,000 miles on it, but there's not really any records of anything, so you don't know. I said they might have driven this damn thing 30,000 miles and never changed the oil. You don't know.
Yep, you just don't. So, and that's why, we have some great products on all sides of those fluids, from the Stiction Eliminator to clean out the engine, the Gasoline Extreme to clean out the fuel system, the Shift Restore to clean out the trans fluid. Let's kind of assume the worst and hope for the best, but not knowing what the previous owner did, it's always good to get a fresh cleaning in all your fluid systems with any fresh fluid in there.
It's one of those kind of deals where it was the dealership had taken it in. We stopped by. We were looking for vehicles. They had just taken it in, I think, earlier that day or the day before, and so it was in their computer system, but they hadn't cleaned it up yet, I guess, serviced it or anything. So, I said, well, yeah, we got this model year, and this is how many miles. I said, yeah, look, can we see it? Can we see it? And the guy he comes back, and they didn't want to show it to us because he said, I can't believe somebody traded a vehicle in without having vacuumed it out, and there's food wrappers on the floor and all. I mean, so whoever drove it was kind of piggy. And I said, Beth, if they didn't clean the inside up, I about guarantee you they probably didn't do squat as far as servicing the vehicle,
Yeah, it sounds like that whole thing needs the cleaning inside and out.
Yeah. So ultimately they had to go through and do the whole oil change and check everything out, which they, I guess everything came back okay. A couple of days later, they got a hold of her and we went ahead and got it. I said, we're taking a shot in the dark, but yeah, we got to do this Stiction Eliminator. I guess Gasoline Extreme needs to go in the gas and Shift Restore in the transmission.
Yes, sir. And I know a guy who needs any of that stuff.
What do you say, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve, Kyle, rather. Hey, man.
Hey, Pappy, how you doing?
What's going on? I'm impressed. You made it through the night, man. You didn't fall asleep on us.
That's the goal.
Steve, it just goes to show what one monkey gouger can do, right?
Yeah.
Talking about taking over the Capitol, Steve. One monkey gouger gets in the Capitol and takes control of the gavel. How about that, man? Oklahoma and the national capital doesn't have anything on the monkey gouger. No. Hey, man, Kyle, I don't really need anything from you guys, man. I'm already stocked up. I think I still got 6 bottles of the Gasoline Extreme left. I got a big gallon jug of the Blue Diamond oil. Got some FR3. I got some Stiction Eliminator in the Impala right now, which right now I need to get it out of there. It's been in there for a good 3,000, a little over 3,000 miles, so I'm about ready to dump it out and put some new oil in there. But I'm good to go with you guys, man, so I don't really need anything.
I know you just got the daughter a new car here a month or so ago, you as well. Now, what'd you end up getting her?
One of them Hyundais.
A Hyundai?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, you know what, though, Steve? I'd probably need to throw some Stiction Eliminator in that, It's got 150,000 on it.
Yep.
So, yeah, probably need to throw some Stiction Eliminator in that.
And a Shift Restore. You need to do the same thing as I need to do for Beth.
Yeah.
Shift Restore, yep.
Probably some of the Sta-Bil, not the regular Sta-Bil, the other urine color, I call it Sta-Bil, that cleans them valves up, After I throw that in there, maybe a thing of Gasoline Extreme, maybe. I don't know.
Certainly have it on the rock. Better using it.
Say again?
I said, you sound like you have a lot of products stocked up. You might as well start using it.
I do. I still got, a big jug of the Stix Eliminator and everything. So, but hey, Steve, I don't know if you heard, man. If you got my email, it looks like Russians on the offensive.
I pulled up and I did do a quick search, and I see a handful of news items saying it looks like the massive Russian offensive has begun.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I tell you, man. Listen, it doesn't sound like it's going good for the old Russians there. Word has it that they're starting to use an upgraded tank, and I don't know the name of it, Steve. I'm a Navy guy, but I guess that first go around they were using some of their older tanks, right? So they upgraded them a little bit. It's not the top of the line tank, but apparently that U.S. drones with UN drones, high technology drones, have been taking these tanks out, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Like Russia's in a world of hurt, man. I mean, I don't know who's flying these drones. Probably us, unfortunately. If we are, I don't know. But that's the word. And I heard, I guess, where they were lined up and moving, that they did a massive artillery barrage. And a lot of casualties on the Russian side. But I don't know, Steve. They got 500,000 troops lined up over there. That's going to be a hard thing for Ukraine to overcome. But we'll see. I mean, right now they're taking a licking, man.
Yep.
Sounds like. So we'll see what happens over the weekend and see what happens come Sunday or Monday. Sunday now, which be your Monday. See what the news says. See what happens here. But, yes, sir. Other than that, man, that's about it. Thanks for hanging in there, Kyle.
Hey, you working this weekend, or you got some downtime off?
Yeah, man. Steve, I called I guess it was about 3 o'clock. I had to take a call from work. No, so I got off at 0400. Well, I was a little late getting home. That's why I didn't know if I'd be able to call back in or not. But no, I've got the uniform off. I'm chilling. I got the weekend off, Steve. Monday is my Kelly day. Took Tuesday off as a vacation. Wednesday, Thursday. Steve, I don't go back till next Friday.
Wow. There you go.
So I got a whole week off here, baby.
Mini vacation.
Yes, sir, and I'm going to enjoy it. I'll tell you that much.
All right. Well, maybe we'll chat next week if you're up late, regardless of not having to work. But, all right, have a good weekend. Enjoy. All right, Kyle, we kind of head down the home stretch here. What's on your agenda? When do we get? When does racing get back underway? Probably pretty soon, right?
Really soon. Next week, I'll hit the road. We're heading down to South Georgia Motorsports Park for Lights Out 14. And if you remember, this is a couple times a year where, the beginning of the year and the end of the year where we head down there to Georgia for these great races, the big gas races that our diesel guys go to. And unfortunately, got bad news. It looks like we're going to debut the new Fire Punk Pro Mod, 70 Duster Pro Mod, but just still isn't quite ready yet. They're going to make the call next week, but doesn't look like it's going to make it. But we're looking forward to that debut. But we got a lot of our other racers down there, so I'll be heading down Wednesday and kicking off the season.
So the Duster Pro Mod, that's going to be a diesel. This is the follow-up to what was the world's fastest diesel, the S10, which somebody took that record from them, didn't they?
Yeah, another one of our sponsored racers, Maddie Graves, a female that was always known as the fastest female in diesel drag racing. Now she's just the fastest diesel in drag racing. She drives a twin-turbo Duramax diesel dragster. So Fire Punk still has what they call the door slammer record, because usually the dragsters are faster, but for a while there, the S10 was faster than any dragster out there.
Mm-hmm.
But Maddie stole that record right at the end of the season, and we're really proud of her. And so she's holding the torch right now, but there's a lot of people coming, and it's tough to get to the number one, but once you're up there, you got a target on your back, and we got a lot of big things happening this year, and I expect some big things to happen this coming weekend. So
when the Fire Punk Duster hits the track, is it going to be able to compete with Maddie's numbers, you think, or?
Yeah.
Will it?
Yeah. This car they just built, and I actually was just talking to Levon yesterday. Matter of fact, right before we went to air, he sent me some secret spy shots of it just getting out of paint right now, and oh my gosh, it is gorgeous. Wait till you guys get your eyes on this. But yeah, it's kind of a beast of its own. It's kind of, I think I mentioned before, it's the first ever purpose-built pro mod that was designed around a diesel engine, whereas everything else to date, like the S10 and a lot of these other pro mods that we have in our diesel series, they're kind of older, NHRA vehicles that have been modified to put a diesel engine in them. And since the weight biasy and balance is so important in these, they've kind of been shoving a square peg through a round hole. And what Firepunk did was start from scratch, went to the best builders, and had a custom built ground floor, ground up pro mod, and it's the first ever in the industry built for a diesel. So we really expect it to, they're going to have to dial it in, and they're going to have to do what Firepunk does and get it figured out. But we really expect it to run right with all the gas vehicles. We're talking 390s, 380s, 370s, like some really insane times. So
wow,
the big things are going to happen this year, and that car is going to really carry the diesel industry forward.
All right, well, something to look forward to. All right, so Kyle, we actually did. We made it through the full 5 hours here on a Friday morning. Do we, real quick, we had a minute left. Do we have a Hot Shot Secret Live coming up this afternoon?
No, we just had one last week, so I don't think we have one today. But I think we're trying to do, I think the second Friday of each month. So kind of
okay. So not a weekly thing. Friday. Used to be every week. Okay, so going like once a month now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm just on the road too much now, so we're going to try to start doing this a little more. So we'll see how my schedule is.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess get some sleep. You're not going to be in the office at 9, are you?
No, sir. No, sir.
I knew better than that. All right. Well, thank you so much, Kyle Fisher. Have a great day, and we'll chat soon.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, bud.
There you go. All right. Get your orders in at hotshotsecret.com. Yeah, get 10% off your entire order using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Yeah, same goes if you need Stay-Bill products or Clindo multi-purpose cleaner. GoldEagle.com. Coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. 15% off your order there. We will see you back here at the midnight hour Sunday night, Monday morning for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. trapped in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but